Good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 o'clock. It's time to start our regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. We are going to start it off with a prayer and the pledge. I would like to welcome Pastor Marple Lewis, and he is from Cross Ridge Church in Lecanto, Florida. Is he here today? Hi, welcome. And then after he's finished with our invocation, our very own Reese Bilby will lead us in the pledge. If you can, please rise.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, it is only with deep humility that we can come before you today. What a privilege it is to be able to lift up and to pray for the Citrus County Board of Commissioners and this body of citizens that have gathered here today to do your business, Lord. Let me honor you, Lord, by reading your word from Romans 13, that let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Heavenly Father, we come before you to acknowledge this great responsibility that you have entrusted to our county commissioners. I ask you in Jesus' name to grant them divine wisdom, discernment, and clarity of mind as they address the business before this body of great citizens. And I pray that you instill in them the fairness, compassion, and humility to even to set an example of what a leader looks like and behaves like. Help them, Lord, with your power and strength to listen to the diversity of voices that come from this body of our community, that they themselves are in unity amongst themselves in order to work collaboratively, collectively, across all the differences that make up this great county of ours, to make the decisions that promote prosperity and unity and safety and the well-being of everyone who calls this county home. I thank you, Lord, that I am a resident of Citrus County, and may we all think, speak, and do in a manner that honors you. I pray in the name above all names, our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Very beautiful.
Join me for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 22nd day of June 2026. In attendance are Chair Diana Finnegan, First Vice Chair Janet Barrick, Second Vice Chair Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Lynn.
Mr. Howard?
Yes, we have a few items. Additional information, C1, the Core Civic Contract Monitoring Update, May 2026 correction 2 month. Additional information, U2, 5:05 p.m. Land Development Code Update. Additional citizen comments have been added. Additional item E3, requested continuance, CPA 2025-000012 and CPA 2025-000013. Also, pool item I1, the 1:05 p.m. presentation on antitrust lawsuits relating to fire trucks. Our legal counsel has asked to pull and reschedule for the next BOCC meeting. That's all I have.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Steve. I would also like the board to consider, after proclamations, moving E2. The sheriff is here to answer any questions that you may have, and maybe we could get him out before any of the other business or the presentations.
I'm fine with that. So I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with all the changes as stated, moving E2 up, but pulling E3 because it is not an emergency.
We have a motion by Commissioner Davis. Looks like it fails for a second.
Motion to approve the agenda in its entirety with all the changes. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve B1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0, and please join me in the front.
This one, okay, awesome. All right, I would like to ask the representatives for the City of Inverness to come up, please. Homosassa Area Council and the City of Crystal River, please. And this is just in honor of America's 250th anniversary. We're proud to provide and support these three outstanding communities as they bring people together to celebrate our nation's legacy. The TDC is providing $2,500 to each community. Crystal River, 4th of July celebration fireworks over Kings Bay. Homosassa Fireworks Festival at McCrae's on June 27th. And Inverness Patriotic Evening at Liberty Park, July 3rd, Friday. I'll give you guys the real checks, and the big checks go with me.
Okay.
Like a mayor, I'll never turn on a microphone. Is it on? Oh, there you go. Well, I will. I will make it absolutely brief because I got 3 minutes and the timer started. But I don't have, never, I won't get into that. So, we're so happy here at the City of Inverness. This is a historic moment. I want everyone to recognize just how historic this is for the city, both cities, Homosassa and the county TDC and the Board of County Commissioners to be working together to help fund these great public events that are free. I'll do the shameless plug for Inverness. I know Troy can do that for Crystal River, but July 3rd, we would love for everybody to be out to the City of Inverness's Patriotic Evening celebrating 250 years independence here in our country. We got a lot of great things going on, from pro wrestling to concerts to games and family events, but I would like to extend a direct personal welcome for any of the commission, any of you that would like to be there. Please reach out to our office. We will be glad to set you up with a special place to be a guest for us. So we greatly appreciate this and hope all of you can be there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for saying that. Homosassa will kick things off first, June 27th, and we have a fun full day planned. Of course, everybody is super excited to be celebrating the 250th year of America and America's birthday. So we have events happening all day long. coming up this Saturday, so please, everybody, come out. All of the different establishments have a different type of contest happening. I've heard about pie eating contest, big belly contest, and several other options for your pleasure. But we really plan on having a great show for you, and that will be happening this weekend. For more information, check out Homosassa Fireworks Festival on Facebook.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and they made it easy for me. We don't have pro wrestling, though. City of Crystal River is excited in this partnership. We're greatly appreciative to the contributions. It will help fund some of our new events. We have a concert on the July 4th. We have a free kids zone with bounce houses and fun entertainment games for them. And of course, the traditional fireworks over the Kings Bay. So on behalf of the City of Crystal River in its entirety, we greatly appreciate the partnership, and please come join us. We actually celebrate ours Saturday, July 4th, and I plan to try to be at all 3 events myself this year. So please and thank you, everybody.
Would all those representing the Parks and Recreation Month please make your way forward? Whereas the Parks and Recreation Division is an integral part of communities throughout the country, including Citrus County, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature with positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorder, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim July as Parks and Recreation Month in Citrus County, Florida, and urges all citizens to make time to take the children in their lives to a neighborhood, state, or national park this month and learn more about the outdoor activities executed this 22nd day of June, 2026.
So, Chairman, Commissioners, and County staff, thank you for this proclamation recognition for Parks and Recreation Month. On behalf of Parks and Recreation team, I am truly honored to accept this. This year's National Recreation and Parks Association theme, The Power of Parks and Recreation, highlights the important role that Parks and Recreation play in strengthening communities, enhancing quality of life, and our park programs and natural spaces, bringing people together, supporting healthy lifestyles, wellness, and provide opportunities for residents of all ages. This includes young athletes, young naturalists, and seasoned folks like myself to go out and enjoy the Nature Coast. It's truly an honor to be here and to be part of this huge, huge family nationwide. This recognition reflects the dedication of our staff, our volunteers, community partners, and many residents who support and enjoy our services. We are also proud to celebrate Parks and Recreation Professional Day on July 7th and recognize the team members who make it possible. So please, grab your family members, grab your friends, come out and see us in the parks. We have so much to offer, our natural resources. This is the Nature Coast. Take advantage of it. We are also fortunate to serve a community that values its parks, natural spaces, and recreational opportunities. So thank you for helping us continue this mission every day. We just truly couldn't do this without leadership support, our great support in our department with Eric Head and Terry Moore, just spearheading these efforts to make it possible. So we thank you again, Commission, Chairman, and our leadership. And all the residents out there, come see us. Starts in parks.
Would all those representing the Lady Warriors Inverness girls softball team please make your way forward?
Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
Whereas the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners proudly recognizes the accomplishments of the Lady Warriors from the Inverness Little League rookie softball team for their excellence, dedication, sportsmanship, and the positive example they set as young female athletes and emerging leaders in their community. And whereas during the 25 to 26 spring season, the team competed against teams from across District 15 and earned first place district top team championship in their division. And whereas the team captured the championship title at the top team and had an undefeated season. And whereas participation in youth sports helps develop confidence, leadership skills, resilience, and teamwork. And these girls have demonstrated those qualities both on and off the field. And whereas these young athletes have represented Citrus County with integrity, teamwork, and determination, bringing pride to their community through their achievements. And whereas their success reflects the hard work of the players, league coaches, families, and supporters who contribute to the growth of youth sports in Citrus County and help create opportunities for children to excel in athletics and leadership roles. Now, therefore, be it recognized that the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners hereby honors and congratulates the Inverness Little League Lady Warriors for their outstanding achievements during the 2025 and 2026 season and commends them for bringing pride and distinction to Citrus County. The board further extends its sincere appreciation and best wishes to those athletes as they continue to pursue excellence in academics, athletics, leadership, and services to their community. Executed this 22nd day of June, 2026.
It was a pleasure to, first I want to, let me get over here. First Commission, thank you guys for letting us come over here and recognize the girls. Awesome. These girls deserve it. Undefeated season. Top team. Undefeated throughout the whole tournament. This is the future of Inverness, guys. Inverness Little League, girls. Extremely proud of you. All the coaches are proud of you. I want to thank the parents because it's a team effort, and everybody needs to buy in, and everybody bought in, and this is the product, what we get once you buy in. We did Warriors, guys, come on, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for all you do, and parents. We appreciate you getting kids out here being involved. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
All right, Sheriff, we're going to hear your agenda item. Board, if you would go to E2. Whenever someone's ready to make a motion.
Make a motion to approve E2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just to give you some background so the public hears as well. We've been working with Congressman Bill Rackus for almost 2 years now, since my first day in office started a few months before that, on acquiring new radios for our law enforcement officers. This appropriations essentially was championed by Congressman Bill Rackus to the tune of $3 million. And how this is going to work this year is the federal government awarded $401 million to the COPS Technology Enhancement Program, which our $3 million is encompassed in that $401 million. So now we have to apply for that. It's essentially like a grant process. The good news for us is it's no match. and it's going to be $3 million to enhance every radio that law enforcement officers carry in our agency. So that's about 300 radios that this will help us acquire. So we're excited. We really want to thank Congressman Bill Rackus for his efforts in getting this across the finish line. And it's a huge win for us as an agency and a county that's going to save us a tremendous amount of money in updating our radios that are coming to end of life this year. So with that, if anyone has any questions.
Board, do you have any questions for the sheriff? Thank you, Sheriff, and to Congressman Bilirakis. Big thanks to him, too.
Thank you.
Anyone else open to the public? Okay, with that, we'll close it. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations, Sheriff. Have a great day. Okay, we have a time certain. We're a little behind. Where is he? 105. Is he here? He's here. Okay. Hi there. Please state your name and where you're from for the record.
Will do. Michael Weiner. I'm with Holland and Knight. I'm bond counsel to the county, and I'm bond counsel on the current transaction, which is before you. So what I'd like to do is to describe the public hearing process that comes forward, and then the board resolution that'll be asked after the TEFRA hearing. So just to give you a little bit of background on the project, we also have members of Livestream here who are able to answer any questions on the specific project. So before you is a resolution of the board. The resolution would authorize the issuance by the county of industrial development revenue bonds for a principal amount of $17 million, which would finance improvements and refundings for Livestream Behavioral Center Incorporated, which is a Florida not-for-profit corporation. It'll finance and refinance facilities, including a new facility in Citrus and refinancing 2 facilities in Lake County, Claremont and the city of Leesburg. It'll also be used for the paying of the cost of issuance. All of the costs will be paid by the borrower. The county will incur no cost in connection with the issuance of the bonds. The resolution will approve a financing agreement, a tax regulatory agreement, and an interlocal agreement with Lake County, which will authorize the county to finance facilities outside of Citrus County. This is a conduit bond issue. The county hasn't done directly many of these. What this does is it allows for the borrower to finance at a lower interest rate, at a tax-exempt rate, so they can borrow for a cheaper interest rate with South State Bank. The cost savings accrue to the borrower through the lower interest rate, which they can put through and continue to use for their not-for-profit purposes. The county has no liability on the bonds. All of the liability, the responsibility for the repayment of the bonds is completely on the borrower, and all of the payments will be made from the borrower, with the county acting as the conduit to South State Bank as the lender. Under federal tax law, only governmental entities are permitted to issue tax-exempt bonds, so the county serving as a conduit bond issuance, which is a very common financing mechanism for not-for-profits throughout the state of Florida. As part of that, the federal tax requirement requires that we hold a public hearing. That public hearing be advertised both in Lake County here and Citrus County at least 7 days prior to the meeting. Both of those publications have occurred. So the first step of the process is we would ask for you to open up the TEFRA hearing. After the TEFRA hearing, close it, and then you'll be asked to approve the resolution. If you have any questions before the TEFRA hearing or after, we have representatives from Livestream here who can talk to you more about the project. I think you are familiar with the project, as there's already been county grant proceeds which have been given towards this project. So I'll pause for any questions you may have before you open up the TEFRA hearing.
Board, do you have any questions before the hearing? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just open it up to the public at this time, or do you have another?
You had the script if you wanted to read that into the record.
That's fine, sure.
Okay, did you have that with you?
I do not.
Oh,
Not provided with any special script for the hearing.
Okay. I think essentially, all that you'll do is you'll just explain that we're holding the TEFRA hearing for Lifestream Behavioral Sciences, open it up for any public comment, and then you can close the hearing.
Thank you. Sure. And that is exactly what we're doing. We're having a public hearing for holding the bond for Lifestream Behavioral Center Financing, Inc. Would anyone from the public like to speak on this item? Going once, going twice. Okay, closing the public hearing. Board, I'm looking for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve I2,
Second.
B and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for being here.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
motion to approve the consent agenda in full.
Motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. It's time for open to the public. If you would like to come and speak to the commissioners, you have 3 minutes unless you have a letter on file. If you think you have a letter on file, please let me know. I will look at the clerk and she will tell me if you have a letter on file or not for the 5 minutes. The clerk's word is gold, so if she's got the letter or not. We need to keep our decorum, so there'll be no clapping, booing, jeering, calling out from the audience. We're all going to be on our best behaviors, and let's give all of our attention to the first speaker. Do you have number 1 on your card? Mr. Hutterly, welcome.
My name is Chuck Hutterly. I live in Inverness. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Finnegan, Vice Chair Barrick, and Commissioners. Deny Deltona continuance because, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. Let's follow the yellow brick road to Emerald City in Citrus County. Anybody that cares to reference The Wizard of Oz, Hugh Rockoff, Rutgers University, New Jersey, Monetary Allegory, 1990. Who is the wizard behind the curtain in Citrus County, pulling all those levers? How many times do you expect a citizen to come before you and tell you that Deltona Holder Industrial Park rezoning is inconsistent with the comp plan? Citizens took time off to appear at the planning and development on their own dime. At one time, a board member was almost brought to tears by the public testimony. Hyperscale data center was dissected in every fold of current knowledge, and still we cannot find the ruby slippers. Interesting note, number 1, energy tariff, forged in darkness. No will serve letter by Duke. You pay first and you pay for decades. So many rooms of energy costs. No audits of price Duke pays a self-affiliated regulated generator for power in between. Where was Office of Public Counsel? We were not in the room when the tariff was cut. Bloomberg News analyst in September 25 found wholesale electricity cost as much as 267% more for a single month than it did 5 years ago in areas with significant data center activity. Interesting note number 2, a tax surplus for hyperscale. Amazon saved billions under GOP tax law. Are there payments in lieu of tax agreement? These pilot agreements is significantly less than what could be generated from full taxation. Are there sales and use tax exemptions already offered by the Wizard of Oz in Citrus County? Dorothy, we know where you stand with the people. It should not be hard to figure out the rest of the cast. Oh, Toto, there's no place like home. There's no place like Citrus County. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2.
My name is John Ray, and I live in southeastern Citrus Springs. The downright contempt and arrogance the Deltona Corporation has for the government of Citrus County is quite apparent in this submittal for delay. One day before the Planning and Development Commission meeting, Deltona's lawyers submitted in their June 17, 2026 letter a request to remove for consideration the rezoning of parcels CPA 25-0012 and 00013 from the July 14th BOCC docket and postpone until a second BOCC meeting in November 2026 the decision of this commission. There's only one BOCC meeting in November because the first normally scheduled meeting is Election Day, November 3rd, 2026. Therefore, what is being asked for in paragraph 1 does not exist. However, if November 17, 2026 was the second meeting date for the BOCC, the swearing-in date for commissioners would not be until on or after November 24th, 2026. A whole week for an outgoing commissioner to side with Deltona. The excuses listed in items 1 and 2 of the June 17, 2026 letter from Deltona's lawyers have no bearing on whether the stated parcels are disapproved for rezoning. This request for delay is an obvious attempt to delay the decision of this board until Deltona thinks the political times are more conducive to a favorable outcome. This petition is an outright attempt by Deltona to outflank the authority of the highest level of governance in Citrus County. Wow, what a belligerent and deceitful partner Deltona is showing themselves to be if they win a continuance decision. I most earnestly request that this delay be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 3? Five minutes.
First, I want to thank Commissioner Finnegan for introducing the motion for a pause on the rezoning of Holder Industrial Park. I also thank all 5 of you commissioners for voting unanimously to grant a temporary moratorium. All of you have provided the community time to evaluate this huge proposed conceptual infrastructure and the environmental impacts it will have on our community. Once again, you listened to the people of Citrus County and the opposing of the Holder Industrial expansion. Now we're here hoping you hear us again and not allow a continuance for the Deltona Corporation. Please listen to the valid concerns and reasons for the Planning Development Commission recommending a denial due to too many unanswered questions, no end user, and a marketing pitch on Deltona's behalf. The challenge between the Deltona Corporation and Citrus County residents is a direct rebuke, 7-0, at Deltona's attempt to rezone to heavy industrial. This marks a significant victory for us local self-determined residents. As my neighbor mentioned, the battle was won, but the war is far from over. We all know the next scheduled Deltona Corporation hearing is July 14th before you 5 commissioners. We also know that the Deltona Corporation filed a continuance, and the residents of Citrus County have a small window for public input. The scrutiny of the Deltona Corporation must continue because it remains critical, and the timing of the proposed November continuance is certainly suspect because 2 incumbent commissioners seeking re-election, and this would push the decision around Election Day. This delay, even though it might be business as usual for developers, we must recognize for what it is, manipulation. Too often, citizens have been told to be patient and trust the process, yet the process itself is being manipulated against us. The continuance is a clear signal that the Deltona Corporation is stalling for time and not seeking a fair hearing. The applicant filed their continuance end of day on Wednesday. They had 4 days to email staff, and now they're coming to us at 12 o'clock midday for a continuation hearing. Staff should not accept this. If Michael and Doug, as interveners, are required to meet timelines and deadlines, then the applicant should also be required to meet the same deadlines. 12 o'clock midday request for a continuance is Deltona hogwash. Deltona's poor planning does not constitute an emergency on the community's end. Can it be any more obvious that the Deltona Corporation wants to push the final decision past the re-election of 2 commissioners, hoping to alter the political landscape in favor of the Deltona Corporation? This is the same game the asphalt plant applicant played by continuing their hearing from May to November, and here we are. Now, Staff pulled off the asphalt batch plant use as a PUD in industrial zoning. The commission should enact the criteria to put forth by Michael Hill in his staff report. Residents of Citrus County, we can defeat this rezoning attempt, and we send a powerful message that our community is not for sale. Citrus County residents, stay vigilant, don't lose hope, and have courage to the end. Keep showing up, keep speaking out, and let's help each other save our communities. I respectfully ask that a continuance not be granted for the Deltona Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 4?
Hello, Dale Kelleher. I live in Beverly Hills, which is going to be considered the sacrifice zone if this goes through. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Regarding the continuance for the Deltona high-use industrial meeting, nothing's more important than our drinking water. You drink it too. It's our drinking water. It's at risk if this plan goes through. I'm suggesting to you that you just say no. It can be that simple. Take your power back from Deltona. The ball's in your court. Just say no. Simply, we don't want it. The citizens don't want this. And it feels like Deltona's toying with you guys, and it feels like you guys are toying with us. Stop the madness, get off this train wreck that's waiting to happen. It'll just get worse. Just say no. Citizens across the country are overwhelmingly rejecting these data centers, and it's absolutely absurd that you or they are trying to sneak one in here between protected space and species, preserves, between first magnitude springs, our rivers and lakes, and sacred archaeological sites. The ancestors are watching, and so are we. So just say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5? Number 6? Oh, hi there. Are you 5 or 6? 5. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. The pastor did excellent, so I don't need to say another prayer. But the Bible says in Proverbs 13:12, hope deferred makes the heart sick. This community has waited for these applications to be heard. Deltona already had a continuance. The PDC still found the record insufficient. Deltona's delayed reason are outside of the issues. Another delay would burden the public and appear to favor the applicant. Commissioner Holly Davis.
You have to address all comments to me, please.
I'm asking you to vote against the applicant and to vote with the people who voted for you. I'm asking each individual commissioner, Janet Barrick, Diane Finnegan, Jeff Kennard, and Rebecca Bays, I'm asking each of you to vote against the applicant and vote with the people who voted for you. We are not promised tomorrow, so let's stand today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I don't think she said her name.
I'm sorry, could you come state your name and where you're from?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Holly Grogan, and I'm a resident of Citrus County.
Thank you. Number 6?
Hi. Hi there. My name is Julie Kranak. I live at 2360 East Shales Court, Hernando, Florida, which is right there. I look at this property every single day, as you all are aware at this point, because I've been around now. I'm here to ask you to please make this happen. Make July 14th is what you had said. They have already had, as we all know, as people have already said, they've already had time to come back to us and say, here's what it's going to be and here's why it's going to be good. And they haven't proven their point. But it has been proven that for this land to be rezoned is not beneficial to Citrus County. I don't understand why when they said in the first PDC hearing that they know that they can't do anything with 200 acres, why do you want to rezone it if you can't do anything with it? I don't understand that. And I see just this week, this month, sorry, I'm working, I look out my window, and there's a turkey, and she's got chicks with her. She came out of the woods. I walk up my road, there's 4 more turkeys, and they all have chicks with them. They all come out of the woods. I look out my bathroom window just last week. There are 2 gopher tortoises that are 12 to 14 inches across. They're huge. They've been there for years. They live on my property, and I know that the property where they want to rezone has more of them. I personally saw an 8-foot indigo snake at my house. My neighbor saw it as well at their house. This snake came from the woods that they want to rezone. Why? I don't understand. So I'm asking you, I personally think Deltona Corporation, and this is my own theory, thinks, oh, we're just a bunch of hicks in Citrus County and they can run us over. I really think they think that. But I think that the people of Citrus County have proven we've got heart. We're not as big as they are, but we keep showing up to say we don't want this. And I'm here to ask you to please make it happen July 14th, vote on it, get it done, and don't allow it. They've proven it doesn't fit with what would be beneficial to Citrus County. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Number 7? Is there a number 7? Number 8?
Hello, Karen Baldwin Hernando, and I'd like to start off by saying thank you for hearing us today and hopefully listening to us today. I am respectfully asking that the Deltona request for a continuance be denied. Time and time again, they have pushed for their application to be approved before July of this year, and now they want to delay the decision until November, after the elections and just before Thanksgiving. There is no valid reason for that continuance to be addressed today. These delaying tactics will not sit well with the residents of Citrus County. The community came together at the PDC meeting on Thursday, June 18th, to voice strong, united stance on the denial of the zoning change. Let's put this application to bed right now. Deny the continuance today. On July 14th of this year, I am looking forward to you following the lead of the PDC and denying the zoning change and any future continuous requests. The people of Citrus County are making their thoughts on these topics heard loud and strong. Please don't disappoint us. In closing, knowing that the public interest in the zoning change and potential data center, I am strongly suggesting that you provide a venue that will accommodate all interested parties on July 14th so that no one's First Amendment rights be denied because there was no more room. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 9? 10?
Hello, Tracy Landry from Hernando. I'm here today to request that you do not grant the continuance on behalf of Deltona Corporation. They are trying to manipulate us and act like they're doing us a favor by proposing this data center, and this would not help our unemployment rate. Do we have a high unemployment rate, or do we just have a lot of retired people? And what makes them seem that we're behind, they're trying to make us seem like we're behind a lot of other counties in this industrial development. But this is why I moved here. We want to be the nature coast. The reasons that they give for the continuance are not really valid. They're putting data centers all over this country, and none of these corporations are letting tariffs or taxes stop them. If anything, they can use what they save on property tax put towards the increase in the energy tariff. Besides, in order to even be worried about a tariff or property tax, they have to be rezoned to industrial, which was just unanimously denied by the PDC last week because everyone knows this is an incompatible land use. And let's not forget how Mr. Stillwell strolled in here on May 12th and stood before you to tell you that he was putting the county on notice that they intend to use the state statute that requires a decision to be made within 180 days after the application has been deemed complete. I'm assuming he's referring to state statute 166.033. Development permits and orders. If you continue reading that statute, it also says that both parties have to agree to extension, meaning that you have the power to prevent this from being drawn out to November. That statute also states that in order for extension of time It must be in an event of an extraordinary circumstances. Waiting to find out about taxes or tariff is not a force majeure. It may be a ploy. They may be hoping that by November the community would have calmed down, but that is not true. Waiting until November will only make the community stronger, angry, and allow us more time to obtain legal counsel, expert advice, knowledge, and even more community support. Nobody wants this, not now, not in July, and not in November. Nothing is going to change that because this is an incompatible use of land, and industrial should be nowhere near residential. Also, remember that under the same statute, the county has to justify in writing their reasoning for supporting this. There's nothing that positive from this other than money. And in my opinion, it's not enough justification to destroy people's lives, property values, and health. Please make sure the county is crafting strong ordinances in regard to data centers. We cannot rely on a company who's building the project to write their own rules. They did not want to put in writing that they were going to use a closed loop system because they couldn't upgrade. Nobody's upgrading on a project that's less than 10 years. Let's see here. Oh, and the noise, that's another thing. They're talking about the noise. No, that's one of the biggest complaints about data centers. Don't let them fool you. That constant hum will be debilitating. Also, I heard about a proposed rezoning of 200 plus acres that sits along 200 that would allow 600 plus homes to be built with 6 acres per home. I think it's called River Oaks. This is an LDR area, and we want to keep it that way. Between all the homes that are already there and all the people that live in the woods, we've got enough. We don't have the resources, infrastructure, and we definitely don't want to lose that many acres of nature for more homes. Do not grant the continuance and do not allow more homes to be built along 200. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 11. Number 12.
I'm John Procedano. I live in Hernando. A continuance of this nature is a ploy to avoid the general public's resistance to what amounts to an industry that will deplete not only the nature coast, but the essentials the citizens of the area need to survive. We are asking our representatives to please deny this continuance. With all the information out there expressing the downsides of any data center and the effects of using vast amounts of natural resources in order to simply function, we are asking our representatives to do the right thing and protect Citrus County. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 12. He was 12, 13? Sorry about that.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Vicki Brown, Homosassa, Florida. Been living here for 2.5 years, and I want to continue to love this community. Thank you, Commissioner Finnegan, for calling this emergency vote, because this is an emergency on this latest tactic that the Deltona Corporation is trying to pull. Deltona had their time last week at the PDC meeting to make their case. The citizens of Citrus brought their evidence as to why the application should be denied, and the PDC agreed, 7-0. Citrus County citizens showed the Deltona Corporation, the PDC, and especially, now it's your turn, where we stand and what we want and what we don't want. I'm not going to repeat everything that was brought forward as to why Citrus County isn't the place for a data center. And I'm hoping everybody's listening to me. Thank you up there. Anyway, so all I do ask is that you listen, that you give everybody the courtesy like we're giving you always the courtesy. I am worried how 3 of you are going to vote on this, and I believe you 3 know who you are, and I pray you prove me wrong. I pray you prove me wrong. Just the different comments that you've made over different things, different votes, but listen to your constituents, listen to your constituents, listen to our community. Support us, not a corporation that is just wants to make profit on our beautiful county. Do the right thing by voting no extension on the vote and no on the zoning Deltona wants for a data center. Commissioners, stop giving out continuance on all projects and on these land amendment codes. The public should always have the right to be able to speak our piece. Thank you very much for your time. And again, please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 14?
Hi, I'm Sandra Slowey. I live in Hernando. About delays impose unfair financial and emotional burdens on the residents. Over 250 people showed up at the meeting last Thursday. Those people took time off from work. They arranged for childcare. They spent months reviewing documents. Delays only reward the developers and their lack of preparation while punishing the tax-paying citizens of Citrus County. Constantly moving the goalposts forced residents to fight the same battles across multiple meetings, causing public exhaustion and eroding the community trust in the fairness of local government. They are the ones who wanted this by July. I ask that you do not approve this continuance.
Thank you. 15?
Good afternoon. I have watched this country divide. I have watched erosion in the faith of government and the process of governing. I have listened to friends and adversaries express the belief that we cannot talk to each other. I have refused against all evidence to believe this. The data center has done one good thing. It is so unacceptable to our way of life that people of opposite political issues and views have stood shoulder to shoulder and said in one voice, no. Citizens have come forth to defend our way of life. We have told truth to power and money. We have been heard. Today, you are here to vote. It will take courage, no doubt, but saying no is the right thing to do. There has been discussion that people who do not live in Holder have no standing. I disagree. This will be a decision that affects everyone, now and forever, who lives in Citrus County. It would change our lives. Please listen as the Planning and Development Board did and vote no on Deltona's application for a continuance. Vote no on their application to rezone. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair, her name for the record, please.
Ma'am, could you come back?
I'm Rowena Kinchley, and I live in Inverness.
Thank you. And you were 15, right? Your
Yes.
card? Okay. Number 16.
And by the way,
yes,
I had to ask somebody where to find the number.
Okay. I haven't seen them in a while. We'll have to make sure they're nice and clear. Number 16, 17, if you know your number's coming up and you're in a precarious situation in the middle, you could take a chair on the side if you'd like.
How do you do? I'm John Stroud, in Citrus County. Live in Citrus Springs. Driving down Florida Avenue. It has a beautiful tree-lined, serene area on both sides of the road, reminding us that we live in the most beautiful area in the Nature Coast. About a year ago, they started clearing more land along the beautiful tree-lined road about a mile north of 200. Soon, there were two gigantic yellow tanks installed towering at least 100 feet into the sky. Hideous yellow towers to replace the beauty of our tree-lined road. I found myself screaming, what person in their right mind would think this eyesore would look better than the serene tree-lined road? How could this be zoned for such a monstrosity? Rezoning, in my experience, has been detrimental in every community that I've ever lived, and as well as the environment. The area you're considering to rezone, is an agricultural area. It is full of beauty, wildlife, magnificent ancient trees, and I've seen the victimization of such tragedies of rezoning agricultural land. In Dade County in the 70s, they started this turnpike extension, which moved into horse country. And horse country used to be 25 square miles of agricultural land. The turnpike extension cut horse country in half, devastating everyone in its path, leaving ranchers, farmers to be evicted from their homes. Many of them have a take it or leave it offer for their property. Families were forced from their homes to start all over again somewhere else. After seeing this, everyone in the community became a little bit more involved in the community commissioner meetings and the happenings. Soon the bulldozers and the dump trucks drove, and they rezoned the East Everglades.
Thank you for your comments. 18?
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Muller, and I live in Citrus Springs. My daughter Athena wanted to be standing here to speak today. She cares a lot about the Nature Coast and the future of Citrus County. She's at summer camp right now, enjoying being a kid, so I'm speaking for both of us and a future generation that will live with the decisions made here. I'm here today asking you to deny Deltona's request for a continuance and keep the Holder Industrial Park rezoning vote scheduled for July 14th. This request to delay the decision to November does not come with any new information that would change what has already been thoroughly reviewed. The PDC has already heard hours of testimony, asked detailed questions, evaluated the evidence, and made a unanimous recommendation to deny the rezoning. That recommendation reflects what the record already shows. Heavy industrial zoning does not belong next to our neighborhoods, schools, and conservation lands. This type of development would bring significant and permanent strains to our aquifer and local infrastructure. The applicant is asking for more time without changing the proposal itself. At this point, a delay does not change the facts in the record. The size and scope of the project remain the same, the impacts remain the same, and the concerns raised by the community remain the same. Many of us have already spent months engaged in this process, attending meetings, reviewing materials, speaking up, rallying in the sun, and showing up because we care about the future of our county. This is not a situation that requires more time. It's a situation that has already been fully evaluated. I'm asking you to keep this item on the July 14th agenda so it can proceed as scheduled. And when it comes before you for a vote, I respectfully ask that you consider the full record already established and vote no on the Holder Industrial Park rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 19? 20?
Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Ballantyne. I am 17 years old. I spoke at the PDC meeting about this as well, and as I was then, I am here today to share my concerns about the rezoning. This rezoning will have many negative effects on our community, and I ask that this continuance not be granted because it is important that to current voters and as well as future voters such as myself to know where the commission stands on this so that we can properly do our civic duty with voting. The negative impacts on the environment, if this area is redone to an industrial zone, the possible waste and noise, not to mention the loss of ecosystem, could affect our many animals and plants. If there is waste or an industry that takes a lot of water like the data center, it could affect our beautiful waterways here. Either way, either taking away our water or spoiling it. There are already 126 data centers in Florida alone. If it affects our waterways, it could affect our manatees and their migratory patterns. Not only could this affect our manatees, but it could affect our Florida panther population, which there's only about 120 to 230 left in the wild. They are severely endangered, and taking away their home and the home of their food could cause them to venture into our neighborhoods and cause danger to both us and them. It could also affect our tourism. The Nature Coast was voted as one of the most beautiful places to visit. This will likely affect the tourism rates if the rezoning happens, because if our nature goes, there is no reason to visit an industrial area. There are many small businesses aimed towards tourists that could suffer severely from this, and these businesses are ran by our friends and neighbors and family. It would be a shame to shut down these places that bring such joy. It could also bring many hazards. Rezoning to an industrial zone so close to our residential areas could have many negative effects. I've grown up all my life here and have long appreciated its beauty. I am homeschooled, so many of my classes have taken place outside. It would be a shame for the beautiful place that me and my friends and siblings have grown up in may be gone by the time our children can grow up and not be able to appreciate the same beauty. Not only that, but this could cause a lot of noise near residential areas that may affect the children who live there and their ability to study and sleep properly, as well as drive the animals further away. I ask that you please vote no on this. Thank you for your time and have a good day.
Thank you for your comments. Number 21.
Hi, I'm Tara Ballantyne, and I'm also here for no rezoning, but for all of the no rezoning today, they were zoned off the way they were for reasons. The data center, I think you've heard plenty of people talk about that and why we don't need it. Lecanto, there's enough industrial areas already not used. We don't want to lose our nature coast. But the asphalt plant, I'm also here to talk about that today. Hazardous air emissions, pollutants, more truck traffic material, road dust, known carcinogens from chemicals like benzene linked to leukemia. Hydrocarbons found in asphalt fumes pose cancer risks. Employment, we might have some jobs come out of it, but the employees are going to have health issues ranging from irritations of eyes, nose, throat, headaches, difficulty breathing. And is that what we really want for our citizens, to be in danger with literal cancer? There's also fire and occupational risks that are very high. And then not to mention the traffic congestion, diminished air quality, foul odors, also side effects. So I'm asking you to please vote no on the rezoning and no continuances. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 22.
My name is Barry Tillis. I live in Orlando, Florida. I'm asking you to please say no on the continuance for the Holder application. Back in March, Holder at that meeting was arguing not to have a continuance. Even spoke to the attorney if that could be done or not. Now they suddenly want a continuance when they did not want one. I think it's because they're seeing that things are not going their way. And the reasons they're giving clearly seem political. Election time and also Thanksgiving, when a lot of us won't be around to say what we think. So please say no on the continuance. I also want to speak on the asphalt plant. And I think it was on the PUD. I was happy, as someone that lives in Canterbury Lake Estates, who had the cement plant by us, and we were told, because it was already zoned industrial and Bert Harris law, that there's nothing that could be done. When I was watching that on YouTube, I was happy when I saw it was going to be a change that has to go to a PUD. Now it's my understanding the staff has removed that part, and the asphalt plant and areas like that will be just like the cement plant that's being built by Canterbury Lake Estates. So that should not happen. They should have to have a PUD. And the last thing I'll say is on that, I was going to write to all of you and Commissioner Davis that a wall was not going up by the cement plant. I drove by there today, and I'm very happy to see that a wall is going up, and they are complying on what they should do. But again, if there was a PUD, it would say that they have to do that, and I wouldn't have to go out in the heat of my bicycle and see if this is there and then write you guys, because that would have been a promise that was made. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 23?
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. First, I would like to praise Road Repair for their response in fixing numerous potholes in a timely fashion. I'm a little disappointed with Growth Management for not getting dumpster just a foot from the roadway out of the right-of-way. The builder Miranda Homes has been before a special magistrate for violations at other properties. The board needs to seriously start hiring more compliance officers. My uncle once said, it's rough to get to the top, but it's tougher to stay on the top. Why does there need to be a top and a bottom? In the circle, we are all equal. You were not voted in to be on top, but to do what your constituents are telling you. When you're at the bottom, you feel like you're stuck in a barrel of shit up to your neck, and then the top throws up on you. Do you duck? The people in this county feel like the bottom and the top doesn't do anything to pull them out, as they feel like they are being forced to duck. Citrus County has already lost its charm and beauty for those born here as well as those that moved here, for the peacefulness, the nature, and the relaxed way of living. You failed to put a master plan into place to protect Citrus County for constituents prior to laws by the state that somewhat tied your hands. The people that voted for you believed that you were a person of integrity. You were going to vote in their best interest, would ensure that their basic needs of infrastructure were met. You honored your oath to the mission statement and to the vision statement of Citrus County. Which is more important to you, your constituents or the developers and builders that come and go, only profiting the few within their inner circle? Enough is enough. You can tell developers no when it comes to rezoning and to some degree what they can build on the land they own. They want single-family homes, and if they could, it would be zero lot line. The people need and want workforce housing, clean water, safe roads, sufficient amount of fire, police, hospital, schools, code building and enforcement officers, and a workforce housing. You can just say no to any new development and rezoning. No matter how much you develop, it will not pay for the infrastructure that is needed. No more development will put, or more development will put more strains on the resources, especially water.
Thank you. 24?
Hi, my name is Andrew Lopez. I'm a current Inverness resident. The reason why I'm here today is because I hear a lot of people talking about a continuance. I'm currently in the process of building a home where I was just defrauded at about $60,000. In last October, I actually reached out to the building department and I asked them to put a permit on pause for me. Ms. Barracks, I was actually just there because I tried to go through another commissioner, the one for my district, and I was pretty much just met with a no response for a little over 3 weeks, calling in probably about once or twice a week, speaking to whoever answers the phone there. The reason why I'm here today is to, see what we can possibly do, because there is no policy for anybody that gets defrauded out of money to go ahead and put a permit on pause. I think that's kind of crazy. And then when I was there, I was also met with the question of what makes me different? I wasn't asking for anybody to think that I was different or anything like that. I was just asking for the county to do a little bit of justice and give me a little bit of help. So in consideration to them, what makes them different? That's the big thing that I think that you guys should ask yourself. But in the sense of speaking for not just myself, but the people, I just ask of you to look into the policy and possibly put something in the policy that, which I stated to Ms. Barrick, the pause for cause. I think that you should have a cause to put a permit on pause. And in my consideration, it was being defrauded out of $60,000. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, Russ Campbell. All right, so I'd like to bring up the policy. You know, Joe Moses talking about policies here. The board put forward a policy back in January for the library display policies. I have reached out to the county attorney, and those are still, I guess, in the works, or it hasn't, I don't even know if it's been touched or not. So the problem I have is if we're going to be looking at one policy for the libraries, how are we going to get to the other policies that the gentleman talked to? And I think that's a great point. The funding, so the property tax is going to be coming, you know, up to a vote here in November, and I have a feeling you guys and ladies are going to have a very difficult job trying to figure out funding. So with that, I think that we, you know, especially things like the library, we need to cut back on a lot of things at the library. Another point I want to make also is the counties surrounding Citrus County have taken my motion that I put forward with the Library Advisory Board to having a Charlie Kirk display. And the surrounding counties, all the way up to Gilchrist County, have now put something into effect within their counties at the library level and at the county level for Charlie Kirk. So I'm kind of surprised that, you know, actually I'm not surprised. A lot of this is coming down political. You know, I think, you know, even on, I know a lot of people have brought up the vote, you know, that we want to say no. Look at what happened with Betts Farm. I think we know how the county commissioners voted on that. We're going to see that happen again, I have a feeling. So there's a lot of things I think, you know, as a citizen of this county, I moved up here in 2021 to get away from big county politics, big county development. I don't want to see that development. I want to be able to see the nature of this county. I love going downtown Crystal River, seeing the old historic, you know, stuff that we have here. But then I see soon after they ripped out the children's park. And I know that's the city that did that. However, where do the children get to go play? My kids still talk about the Woodland Park, and they haven't been able to have anything that is of that magnitude still. I think, you know, before we look at doing a data center, before we look at building more homes, we need to be able to take care of the kids and the families that are here in our community first. And one of the things I think is, you know, even with the library, we're going to have to figure that out. Yes, funding is going to be a thing, but let the citizens put their money where they want it to go. And if somebody wants to open something up to where we can have open public funding towards something, let the citizens put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. 25, I believe. Thank you. 26.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Rodriguez. I live in Citrus Hills, Florida. Madam Chair and County Commissioners, I would like to be on record as to deny Deltona's continuance request for the Holder Industrial Park applications and keep the final BOCC hearing on July 14th of 2026. The PDC heard extensive testimony on June 18th, reviewed the record, and voted to recommend denial of these applications. The residents of Citrus County are prepared for your final vote to come on July 14th, 2026, not in November, starting the holiday season and after an important election cycle. The residents deserve an answer and an end of this unnecessary stress from this applicant. Respectfully, Deltona has already been given an opportunity to complete their applications. And after all that accommodation, the PDC still voted to recommend denial 7-0. It would not serve the county, taxpayers, or the public process to grant yet another accommodation, in my opinion, a stalling tactic. These applications should be decided on the current record, not delayed, so outside political, financial, or utility matters can develop in the applicant's favor. This stalling tactic smells. Bring back the power to the people. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Number 27.
Hello, my name is Rachel Irvin. I live in Crystal River. I think that Deltona has tried once again to whitewash their arrogance with asking for a continuance of voting for the approval or disapproval, hopefully. Citrus County residents do not want this data center in our county. Please say no to the continuance and to the idea that Citrus County would welcome a data center. The wildlife and citizens require more care and consideration for the quality of life we enjoy in this county. So many detrimental factors affect the quality of life for us. As questioned by one of the PDC commissioners during the meeting on the 18th, one of them asked that the noise created by Deltona on a constant low frequency sound to the residents. Attorney Stillwell replied that there would be buffers. Now, does that really soften or buffer the sound? And when the same commissioner brought up the question of how would they conceal the sound of the diesel generators when the electricity went out? Nope, the Attorney Stillwell had no direct response for that and said, well, we won't need generators because we'll have electric. Completely avoided the whole thing, which says they try to cover up everything that's asked of them. Okay, so it is well documented in alternative research that industrial pollution is linked to respiratory diseases, neurological damage, and cancer clusters. Therefore, any rezoning that facilitates such hazard can be legally challenged as a direct threat to public health and safety, with citizens arguing that the county has failed in its due diligence and duty to protect us. We ask that you vote no on the continuance and to consider voting no completely on the data center on July 14th. Commissioners, the Deltona Corporation's rezoning application is an existential threat to the proposed community. It is built on deceptive water use figures, ignores proven health risks from EMF and chemical pollution, and serves the interest of globalist control rather than local self-reliance. The document is typical template for corporate overreach designed to bypass local scrutiny by presenting industrial waste as progress. This proposal must be rejected in its entirety, and please vote no on the continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 28. Number 29.
I'm Greg Webb. I've spoken to you a few times, I guess. I'm representing the people of Moonraker Terrace. Nothing to do with the data center, but I'm here looking for help. Moonraker Terrace is a small road, maybe a mile long. It's sugar sand. Every time it rains, nobody can travel down the road. February, we had a fire back on Oakview, and that fire jumped the property lines onto Moonraker. And the only way that could be put out is a bulldozer had to tear down the fences from the backside and form a fire block. They tried to get in through Moonraker. They stuck the fire truck. I often wondered what would happen if there was a fire someplace else and they needed the fire truck because they couldn't move. We've had 2 ambulances stuck. People died. I don't know if it was because they couldn't get up there or what, but people did die. The mail has been cut off for delivery. Multiple trash haulers now will not pick up trash down Moonraker because they can't get down through there without getting stuck. All I'm looking at is for some help. If somebody would come through there and just grade that and maybe put some millings down or something. I try to take care of a small portion of it with my tractor, but I can't take care of all of Moonraker. So that's all I'm asking, just some help. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Webb, you got my last email about all the property owners?
I got an email that from the road department, and they said that Oakwood Acres Property Association owns the road. They dissolved years ago. Nobody owns that road.
Okay.
There is an Oakwood Acres Property Association in Brooksville, but they're not the same. This was supposed to be in Jacksonville, and they've dissolved.
Okay.
So we are looking for whatever we can do. Now, it was suggested that all the homeowners would agree to pay the county or come off on their taxes or whatever to take care of the road, but most of these people are retired and they won't go for that.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for reaching out to me.
Of course. Number 30? This is open to the public, but I think you already came up here for open to the public, correct, Mrs. Baldwin? Yeah. Not yet. You can come back up under an agenda item. When it comes up as an agenda item, you can. Yes, ma'am. 30, 31?
My name is Diane Lewis. I live in Lecanto. And just for the record, I'm also against the continuance and the data center, but what I'm here to talk about is the application CPA 226-0002. And that is the rezoning for the economic development target area in Lecanto. I'm a fifth-generation Florida native. My roots run deep here on both sides of my family. And between this county commission and previous county commissioners and developers, those roots are being ripped out of the ground. This is a residential and agricultural area and is not compatible with an economic development target area. Not only are the developers trying to pave over everything, now we have commissioners that are wanting to take away what little agricultural lands we have left in Lecanto and turn it into a higher density commercial and industrial area. When will this end? When the whole county is paved over with asphalt and cement, we'll have no ag land left to raise our cattle, no land to plant a garden, and what happens when we run out of water? It's already happened to my aunt, so don't think it can't happen to anybody else. Targeting this area for economic development will impact our quality of life. Allowing light industry to come in will bring with it noise and light pollution. I've read over the ordinances for buffer types that are required when the economic development comes in, none of which will do anything to block any noise or light. I do quite a bit of hiking in the woods. I can be a mile back in the woods with trees and undergrowth, and I can still hear traffic noise. So those puny little buffers are going to do nothing to block any noise or light. I can already hear traffic noise from 486, 491, and 44. Especially when those sport bikes and cars with loud pipes get wound up. There are 2 pairs of southeastern American kestrels that are nesting on my property. These are a threatened species. How are they supposed to feed their young and themselves when they've got nowhere left to hunt because it's all been paved over? We already have a problem with speeding on sanctioned road that can't be controlled. How do you propose to control it if it becomes a higher density commercial industrial area? These roads back here are over 50 years old. Couple that with the fact that the county has little to no money to spend on taking care of the roads we've already got. Where will the funds come from the upkeep on those roads? We have no concurrency, so once again, that cost is going to fall on the taxpayers. Water, sewer, are we going to be forced to connect to the county water and sewer? Once again, that cost is going to fall back on the taxpayer, those who can least afford to pay for it. Please don't ruin another part of Citrus County with overdevelopment and industry we don't need. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 32.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Takia Fiorentino. I live in Homosassa Springs. I've spoken before the PDC and all before, so I'm not going to take up much of your time. I'm simply here to reiterate the 4 points that are pertinent. And I want to also say that I believe you should deny a continuance requested by Deltona based on these facts. Number one, Deltona already had a continuance to fix their application. The PDC recommended denial based on the fact that the record was still insufficient. Deltona's delay reasons are outside issues and not fixes. Another delay would burden the public and appear to favor the applicant. I'm just going to go to closing. I'd like to urge you all to deny the continuance and ultimately mandate a permanent moratorium on all data centers, heavy industry, and further development or density for residents in Citrus County. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. 33?
PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. I'm going to hold off on my deny quote until you speak. First of all, I would like to support Ms. Lewis in her comments about the industrial area that you all have or will be looking at where LKQ is. I too feel that the boundaries that were created for that zone are egregiously impacting people who have lived in that area for decades, who are agricultural, who do have endangered animals on their properties. A dear friend of mine is severely impacted by LKQ and the turnpike. She's got Sherman's fox squirrels in her yard. They are the most amazing things, and they are disappearing from this county. Enough about that. So, onto something completely different. I'd like to talk to you just about a housekeeping thing that came up last week at PDC, and happens here sometimes too, and it's parking when people come to meetings. We had probably 20 or so people, maybe more, turned away from the building who were not allowed to give their comments because we didn't have room for them. And we did a great job. We opened, I think, 4 overflow rooms, and it still wasn't enough. We need to have an area where we can meet with a growing community where everybody has a chance to speak. They also need a place to park. The parking lot at the government center, it's a parking area for county vehicles. And the time frame passing from when the employees leave and the people that need to show up for the meetings, there's no parking. So elderly people who have difficulty walking are forced to, park a third of a mile, quarter of a mile away. We need to work on something, whether it's moving the employee vehicles maybe to the EOC and having a shuttle for them to open up spots nearby, or having a shuttle for people who come to speak, and we could park at the EOC, maybe use a county bus to go back and forth. Even for here, when people come downtown in large numbers, parking, as we all know, is very limited. And I think we can put our heads together, think outside the box, and find a way to make it happen for our residents that would like to speak. Thank you very much.
Great ideas. Thank you. Come on up.
Hello.
Hi.
Anthony Ayo, Beverly Hills, Pine Ridge. Hi. You all have got a lot of things on your plate, but we really need to focus on what we're dealing with. This delay that the Deltona Corporation is proposing is a tactic, okay? It's a real stall tactic. And why would you want to wait until after an election? Kind of begs some serious questioning there, whether they're going to, back a particular person or not, So that's quite concerning because it seems some votes might be up for sale, and I don't want to ever hear that again. So, again, this proposed area that they're planning on building this is off of 241, and I go up 491 and just past 41, there's actually something called the Bearhead Trail. Are you familiar with that? It's a campground. It's a camping area. And I'm like, wow, what's it called? Bearhead Hammock Recreation Area. It's camping. It's right on 491, which would be right across the street from where they want to build this stuff. And how are you going to have a campground near an industrial zone that's making all this kind of weird sounds and everything. All the wildlife is going to just leave the area, isn't it? That's what happens. Plus, we have a major problem with our aquifer. I don't know if you've known, but yeah, they're going to suck up a lot of water, and we have to protect what little we have left, and that's the most important thing. Okay, soon there might not be any left for the residents. If we put these data centers before people, they're going to suck up all our electricity and all our water. Okay, typically, I heard that Duke Energy is planning 5 gigawatts of power going to this plant, to the data center. They need 20. Where's the other 15 coming from? Did you think about that? I think we're in trouble. I was watching a statistical video, and they said that we have over 5,400 data centers already in the United States that are built. And I'm like, what? That's more than all other countries put together. Isn't that ridiculous? And they want to add another 4,000? What's going on? We don't need that much data, do we? So we need to really consider what's going on. Thank you for your time. Please protect our water, protect our people, protect our manatees. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 35?
Hi, I'm Sherry Lynn Winchuk, and I live in Beverly Hills. Please deny Deltona's continuance of the Holder Industrial Park. The applicant did not provide competent evidence to justify a continuance. I feel like the applicant filed this out of desperation because they realize as it stands, the county has every right to deny these applications. One of the Planning and Development Committee members mentioned on the 18th that the continuance granted in March was to provide enough time for the applicant, the county, and all parties involved to do research and gather necessary information so that everyone was properly prepared the next time these two applications came before the board. Enough time has been dedicated to these applications, and it should remain scheduled for July 14th. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 36?
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name's Ethan Sapp. I was born and raised in Holder. I'd like to thank the pastor who spoke of safety and a lot of other things. And I'd like to also take this time to speak for myself and my family to show deep gratitude for the staff and administration at Citrus High School for putting my daddy's football jersey on the wall in the office up there. And if you guys had, anybody up there had anything to do with it, we really appreciate that. Daddy was a Korean War veteran, and he spent most of his life in Holder quite a bit, and he's 93 now, be 94 in October. And they're looking to put a data center dead right behind his house in Calfield back there. When I was at the PDC meeting, I spoke of a time that I made a bad mistake when I was a child of walking out into a cow field. People told me, don't walk straight across them, stay on the fence line. Well, I didn't listen, and I got surrounded by a bunch of cows with calves and even some pretty mean bulls. And there was a pile of them, and they surrounded me and were stomping. And it was the scaredest I've ever been, honest to goodness, just froze right there, you know, about from here to that wall a little further. And I thought that was it. The old folks would tell you, don't run. That'd cause them to, you know, to charge on you. And just with, it was just very fortunate. You know, the good Lord was looking out for my silliness. I stomped and clapped, and one by one, they peeled off and ran, and I hightailed it back across to safety. I feel that we're surrounded right now, and we're not surrounded by cows. We're the herd, you know, we're the flock that's surrounded right now, and we're looking for the shepherds to come in and step in and stop this. Speaking of cows, numerous reports of people that have cows having calves around data centers. They're being stillborn. A lot of reports of confusion and increased illness around these data centers that we don't want, we don't need. We got elementary schools there. It just brings to mind these children that were up here that won this wonderful championship, went undefeated. We need to look after their safety. I've got a 5-month-old, name's Alina Jo, and we live in Holder in my grandmother's house that my daddy and granddaddy built by hand. And I'm worried about her. As I've said before, your task is hard, and I appreciate that, but your calling is higher. We have ag land there in Holder, and it's becoming endangered. We ask you save that ag land right there where they're trying to put that data center. We know on the rezoning, know on the continuance. Also, I guess it's if I'm saying this correctly, the LDC with they're trying to omit with the asphalt and the cement. We're asking you to not go ahead with that. This does not promote the general welfare, and it does not promote our domestic tranquility. And I appreciate you for letting me come up and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp.
Thank you.
Number 37? 36, can't read my own writing.
37.
Hi, Mr. Brown.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board. Wow, a lot's been said. So where to start? I'm going to share with you that I used to be in the air conditioning business. We used to install a water to air system which used water to cool down the air conditioning equipment. After a while, what we started finding out is that as we were drawing water out, we started replacing fresh water with salt water. That it became a point where these units were draining the aquifer, and we started replacing salt water for fresh water. No longer could it be used for lawns. No more longer could it be used for watering trees. It became useless. So then the county came up, we'll put the well down the same distance as we're taking water out. What happened then is that the water started to turn brown and then started turning black. So now, as we're putting this water back into the ground, we're disrupting the aquifer and started creating mud. Now, I stopped selling those equipment after we found out, hey, this is what's going on. So now these data centers are wanting to use our aquifer. What happens when that mud, then that fresh water turns into salt water and turns into mud? You're asking the residents to put their livelihood in their drinking water for this data center. I think it's ridiculous. Do any of you all live with tendinitis? That, my understanding, is a ringing in your ear. It's a low ring. How would you like to live with that 100 times, if not 1,000 times more than what you are? You know that vibration runs through the ground. I mean, that's how they do ground searching, is that they do it with maybe a sledgehammer, but it travels through the ground to see what's underneath it. You all know this is a bad idea. Apparently, though, they're waiting to after the votes because they believe that if you all are reelected, that they have a better chance of getting this passed. Obviously, some of you board members are totally like flip-flops. You can't. You're so noisy that you keep flip-flopping on your decisions. Stop it. We, the county, we, the people, are coming to you and saying, stop. This is enough. And we're not going to put up with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Number
Chair,
30.
his name for the record, please.
Mr. Brown, I thought he gave his name.
I'm sorry?
I think they didn't catch your name for the record.
My name is Ray Brown. I'm also going as RBJR. That'll be appeared later. Thank you.
Number 38.
Susan Nelson, Solid Gardens. The focus, thank you, Diana Flanagan, Commissioner, for your undivided attention to each and every individual in the county. The focus has been on rezoning and Daytona and the aqueduct. I have one question. Who owns the land? Because whoever owns the land can build on it.
I believe the landowner is Deltona Corporation. Am I correct, Madam Attorney?
Well, that's a corporation. That could be a front. Whoever owns the land could build a museum on it for the most beautiful things on the earth's treasures. So my question is, who owns the land? Thank you.
Thank you.
No answer.
No, that was the answer. The corporation does own the land. Businesses and corporations can be landowners. Yeah. Thank you. 39.
Hi, Tracy of Lecanto. I'm here for a couple things, but mainly to definitely speak on the continuance that Deltona is requesting, and I sincerely ask you deny it. This has been going on long enough. They have been found not in compliance with our comprehension plan and other things. The PDC denied them because of several different good reasons I don't need to repeat because y'all are well aware of it. This has honestly gone on long enough. The public has poured in, taking time off from work, literally pouring in, trying to get y'all to hear us, to honestly hear us. We're saying no. We don't care about the tax revenue that this possibly could bring in. It does not matter. It's not worth the destruction that it's going to do to our county. So please hear us. Stop this prolonging and stop this backing with the big developers and so forth. It doesn't matter how much tax money you have coming in here, you're still going to have problems. Your big cities, as I said before, they still have money problems. It doesn't matter how many people come in here, you're going to have money problems. But you're ruining what people moved here for. We moved here because of the nature, because of the green, because of the beauty and the quietness this town has had. We're losing it little by little. I'm originally from Homestead. We lost it. It's now like a part of Miami. And once you lose it, you know you can't get it back. You can't. Do you honestly want to be a Miami, a Tampa? I know I don't. So please, stop this while we can. Do not continue to give in to this. Say no to this continuing. Say no to the rezoning. It's time to stop. We're here. Again today, we're here on a Monday instead of a Tuesday, requesting you to please stop. It's enough. We do not want it. It's not worth the tax revenue. It's not. This town has survived for many, many, many years. It will continue to do so without this tax revenue. So please hear us. Loud and clear, please stop.
Number 40.
Kelly Skanes, Denellen, Florida. I'll keep it quick, but this isn't about AI. This is about mind control, big tech, takeover, and mass surveillance. So I'm asking you to please deny the request for a continuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 41. 42. Is there anyone else that wants to speak open to the public? Just curious what number you just grabbed.
41.
Oh, okay. Welcome.
Yes. Curtis Bryant Lecanto. A couple things. Going through this process with Deltona and all that's coming forward, and with Betts Farm, who's now 2.5 years almost into their process, is there a way that you guys can implement once an application is received that there's X number of days that it has to be before the board? So for instance, if ABC company comes in here, says they want to do an application, they have 120 days to bring it to the board, otherwise the application is withdrawn automatically. That avoids the delay until election. Oh, there's election season, let's delay it past the election. We saw that with Pine Ridge. Look what happened with that. So maybe we guys can talk about that, implement some type of format to force them to the board at a certain time. Otherwise, they don't submit their application. For instance, Betts Farm, if they're not ready for the application, why'd they even submit it to begin with and put it on hold for that? Number two, lawsuits. We talked last week, I wasn't able to be here for lawsuits. why did you guys pick Right Rudder as the only one that you guys wanted to settle? We have a lawsuit with the Pine Ridge group. We could reach out to them and be like, hey, let's settle your lawsuit, which would require you guys to rehear the Pine Ridge case. Interestingly enough, you guys decided not to do that, but we're still paying money and attorney's fees for that. And James Dix is the one that owns that property. Another lawsuit we have is Swiftmud. Why wasn't there an option for you guys to settle with Swiftmud? Figure out something with that, and that goes over the Internet Villages 4. My guess there is that you guys didn't want to do that because it's going to cost money because you guys admit that you guys were wrong. Not you guys, you four, but prior boards for that. Well, you guys picked Right Rudder. Interestingly enough, 2 weeks before the Right Rudder, that you guys brought it up as an emergency thing that you guys have to get this settled, Right Rudder asked for all of your text messages and emails and things like that, so that were due, I think, last week. For that. So I want to check the status of that. You guys did vote to offer the settlement there. That they told you guys a week they would come back here and give you guys information. I wanted to see what the status of that was. I've been checking the court cases recently. Nothing's been updated in there. So I wanted to check and see where we were at with that and see if they actually followed it. Something you guys might not know with that, 500 documents were filed as part of that lawsuit. In those documents were depositions from Andy Chan, Zach Purvis, and Charles, the other owner. Is that you heard Zach get up here and tell you guys that he owns, operational 85% or whatever it was. He's the one that's day-to-day operations. What he didn't tell you is that Andy's the one that actually runs the lawsuit. That lawsuit in the deposition was Andy's lawsuit. He said he controls the lawsuits. Interestingly enough, you guys were not here, or he was not here to ask those questions to. So I just want to see the status of that. Lastly, the LDC amendment. I should be here for 5, but just in case I'm not. I wanted to ask the question of why staff decided to pull the requirement for the asphalt plants and concrete plants to go through a PUD process. You guys saw it with Canterbury. I know one of you guys were at the Canterbury meeting telling the citizens, hey, we can't do anything about this, it's zoned industrial. That is correct. You guys then brought this forward to have a process in place to where you guys can review all those applications, review the asphalt plants to make sure that they're in the right places and all of those things, and not just a by right development. You guys did that with storage units and car washes. Why is an asphalt plant any different? More than that, I sent you guys all maps. On the maps, I pulled out several different areas for industrial zone property, which an asphalt plant would be allowed to go into. At least 4 of those places are in the coastal high hazard area, which means they are flood zones west of 19. That means an asphalt plant, according to your staff, can go in by rights into a high-risk area for flooding. You guys can't do anything to stop it. I believe there was a gas station 2 years ago that you guys had an issue with for going into a high hazard area. And now you guys are pulling that amendment that would allow you guys to have control over that because someone in staff decided they didn't want to do that and have further research done for that. So I encourage you guys to require asphalt plants to go in PUDs. If not, make it to where it's asterisks like you guys have it in the land development code. Anything in the coastal high hazard area has to come before you guys. And that could be done for anything. That could be asphalt plants, it could be concrete plants and whatnot. And that would allow you guys control over those environmentally sensitive areas for those types of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else open to the public? Okay. Oh. We'll need you to fill out that green card after you're finished speaking, please. And please state.
No, just kidding.
Please state your name and where you're from.
Yes, it's Robert Klinsky, Citrus Springs, Florida. I'm a resident here over 8 years. I've seen a lot of stuff going on, a lot of good people out here. I don't think it's a good idea with this Deltona Corporation. They were here before, and look what they did. And I'm only here 8 years, and I know what they did. They have other stuff. I have other stuff saying about elementary kids and everything else, and low frequency, all kind of goofy stuff we don't even know about. But anyway, besides that, everybody went over kind of like that. Our water is worth more than data, because you can't drink data. And I wish you would just do the right thing and just stop it now before it goes any further. Another thing, they did the Suncoast Parkway up on top there. They just there was a sinkhole up there. I mean, you just start playing around with the environment, taking too much, too quick. Water got to go somewhere. It's like saltwater intrusion. You start pulling all these millions of gallons of water out, you have saltwater intrusion. There's already people in this area that do not have well water. I just don't understand how this can go any further. There's 3 schools, well, preschool, St. Paul's, 2 elementaries, and a middle school. That's just one thing. Plus, our water, Plus, what else? The trail. We have a beautiful trail, one of the best in the state, maybe the nation. And what are you going to do? Have that in our front yard? We have people from all over coming here. They love this area. I mean, I love it too. But I never seen one of those indigo steaks. I just, that's one thing I didn't see. And that is an endangered species, just like the gopher tortoise is. What are they going to do? I mean, what are they doing half the time? They're just burying them. And that's not just them, it's everybody else that's in the hole, because they go down deep. Fox, whatever, raccoons, everything. There's too much to lose here. And I really, really mean that. I mean, if you could, if you're up and down on it, pray, because you'll get the right reason. Because it's going to be future generations looking at us and saying, what were these goofs thinking about? What were they doing? You know, the people that already have their hands in that won it, to me, it doesn't make sense. Please, hopefully you could do the right thing. And there's people out here. We're here all the time. We were just at the board meeting last week, Tuesday or Thursday. There was more people that, enough's enough. The game's over. Please vote our way. No data center.
Thank you for your comments.
And I'll fill that out.
Please fill that out. Anyone else open to the public? Last chance. Okay, I'm going to close open to the public. Board, do you have anything? Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I'm just going to comment on or respond to one of the comments that was made. And typically I make notes, but I don't typically get too involved in responding to all of them. Library policies, I agree. That has been way too long in coming back to us. That needs to get back to the board. There's been more than enough time. The one comment that was made up here, you're asking residents to give up their way of life. We haven't asked residents anything. This application is going through the process. It will get to us. And when it gets to us is when we take into account staff recommendations, PDC recommendations, and public input. That's what we're here for. I think you've got 5 people listening intently to each of the comments that are being made. But, certainly Deltona's asking something of the residents, but this board has not asked the residents certainly to give up our way of life. It's a place that my colleagues all join me in absolutely loving where we live. And so we're not asking you to give up your way of life.
Anyone else? Commissioner Barrett? Commissioner Davis?
I'm going to probably surprise a lot of you in here in a good way, especially since I tried to have this item pulled. In regards to the continuance, not that this is the item, this is open to the public. In regards to the continuance, it absolutely smells like an election year. Deltona is not the only one playing games. This is not remotely an emergency item. And that's the only reason I tried to have it pulled, because no matter what year it is, I always believe in good governance. And I see you shaking your head. Hear me out. I believe in good governance and hard work. That's why I wanted it pulled. Only to then deny the continuance on July 14th. You hear me? I was ready to deny it on July 14th because they're monkeying around with the business. So I'm absolutely going to support that today. Okay? What it does buy you is the assurity that if this passes, that we deny the continuance today, if this passes, then it will buy you the assurance that you're not all going to traipse down here to join us the evening of July 14th only to watch the 5 of us, some of us, if it failed and the continuance went forward, then you would have wasted your time to even come and you would have been rightfully angry, right? So that bought you that. I will definitely grant you that. And maybe the deluge of emails will also stop. So I benefit too, getting this over with now. But I just wanted to let you know it's good governance, that we have very strict rules on what can be brought forward as an emergency, simply so the people don't get no notice literally, this came in on Friday night. Okay, that's no notice between Friday night and today at 1. So good governance means that we tell you what we're going to talk about 7 days in advance. Everybody understand where I am with that? Okay, moving on. In regards to what I do think is an emergency is talking about when we get to U2 tonight, which is the ordinance, we do absolutely need a PUD for cement plants because I don't want Canterbury to happen again. And I don't want these things to go in wrong places. Industrial's industrial. I have absolute heavy industrial. I have no interest whatsoever in abridging property rights, but property rights when heavy industrial, and then after heavy industrial is approved, in the case of Canterbury Lakes, a neighborhood was approved. I'm pretty sure that the current staff and this current board would never have approved Canterbury Lakes because heavy industrial was already there. Hopefully, this job is incredibly complex. We have a lot of moving parts. We have a lot of legal. We have a lot of cell phones. And so hopefully you understand that there are a lot of things that we need to consider on every single one of these items. And finally, on Moonraker, where's Moonraker guy? Did he stay? He left. Okay, anyone who's on a sand road, just in case you haven't heard this before, it's not 100% of the properties have to agree. It is 50% plus 1 of the properties have to agree. Okay, and if so, if there's 49% who didn't agree, that'll be a forced MSBU and it'll come off it'll go on your taxes. But that is a way, if you bought on a sand road that you want to get a paved road, that's the way to do it. So, thank you.
Before you go, Commissioner Barrick, Commissioner Davis just said something very interesting, the 50% plus 1, Madam Attorney, because staff, not you, has said something differently, and I may have given some misinformation before to Mr. Webb that I can easily correct, but
if there's just to be clear, if it's 11 houses, then 6 have to approve it, which is not, it's not by percentage, it is 1/2 of the properties plus 1. So if there's 10, you have to have 6. If there's 11, you have to have 6. Make sense? So.
I haven't looked at the deeds for this particular property, so I would have to, I'd have to see. I hadn't.
Madam Attorney, that is, for 6 years, I've been up here explaining the same thing over and over and over again.
Point of order. For the entire county, and if you're not prepared today, I would like, maybe you could email me the answer. So, because people have been asking, and there was a different road in Homosassa that was concerned, and other staff involved said every property owner needed to be on board because it would affect their taxes. So if you could just find that, and I know you probably don't have the rule or the number in front of you, if you could give me the actual statute or the guiding principle, if you could email that to me for future, that would be fantastic.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrick, thank you for the interruption.
For those that don't understand, Citrus County does have one of the highest unemployment rates in the state, and it's been that way for a significant amount of time because somebody made a statement about the unemployment rate. And yes, ours is high. Now, one of the other things I did want to address is the fact I received some emails and somebody said something about the meeting the other night, people being turned away. We have public buildings and they have amount of people that can be in a building. So if we're having a meeting and this says we could have 150, 151 are not allowed because of fire and safety. And when people were told the other night they had to wait until one person left and one could go in, that's the proper procedures for every building. And people need to understand that is for your safety. It's not because we wanted to turn people away from a meeting. And to get mad and upset and send emails and things and say that, we're not listening. We do listen, but you need to understand there are rules. that have to be followed by everybody. And safety is one of them that I really, when they said that, we couldn't have more than 10 people at a meeting, that's all we could have. And then as one left, one more would come in. So you have to remember, there are rules in place for your safety. As for the denial of the, asking about this, I think it's good that it's on our agenda. And the fact that it is I think it's an emergency, and that's why I agreed, because it has to have time to be published. So that when we come back in July, there has been enough time to publish it, and people that want to say something can come say it. And I appreciate everybody that comes to these meetings. The one thing I don't like is, I write all the names down. You need to say your name clearly first before you start talking. I know she probably has a good thing, but I mean, I like to address people by their names if I can. And it, it frustrates me when I see, I got one here, no name, or I got lady, no name, okay? And it frustrates me. The clerk probably has everybody's name, but she also has the little green sheets. And like I said, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? I will just say, we're gonna talk about my agenda item in a few minutes. So obviously I felt it was an emergency to notice everyone correctly. I will say whatever's decided after that agenda item, Mr. Howard, I would like to get together with you because I heard maybe the 250 people, and I know they had them everywhere, and then they didn't even have more room. So maybe we could talk about capacity on the day when the board decides about people, and a good comment about parking too. So I want to talk about that. Mr. Bryan, I hear you. I've made some notes about some things, and I'll be checking into some things further. And Mr. Webb's gone, so. And then Mr. Bryan asked for the Right Rider update. According to my knowledge, it's still moving forward because whatever needed to happen didn't happen. I think there were some, the other side maybe put a few wrenches in that. So whatever needs to happen, it's moving forward. I think the rest we'll talk about later. So. Yes, ma'am.
What was the name of the gentleman on Moonraker? I don't know anything about that.
Was it Glenn Webb?
Webb is his last name. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Webb.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to move on to regular business.
Madam Chair, move approval of E1A, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. E3, I'll go ahead and make the motion to deny the continuance for.
Second.
Okay. For E3, motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? You know the rules. I don't need to restate them.
Yeah, turn it on.
Slower time.
Okay.
There we go.
It's red, should be green, right? PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. So yes, I very highly encourage you to deny this request for continuance. Not only because, and I don't believe it was Clark Stillwell, I think it was Mr. Ansbach Stanley, who wrote the letter demanding that their case be heard within 180 days and that they would not allow any further delay. So I think we need to follow his letter and demand that they show up on the 14th and allow them to speak then, as everybody else would like to come. And I'd also like to remind you about who we're dealing with here. We're dealing with Duke Energy and the Deltona Corporation. Deltona Corporation, but with its prior owners, gifted us with miles and miles and miles of poorly laid roads that we are now trying to find money to repair or replace. They're not our friends. Duke Energy came in after they bought FP&L's nuclear plant and laid off so many of our residents. I'm fortunate because I live in a house that was built by somebody who was high up the food chain for FP&L, and I have promised that their daughter will have first dibs on my house because she pulled up in my yard and cried because she hated to have to leave Citrus County. But they were told by Duke that they weren't going to be allowed to stay long enough to get a pension. So I have no love for Duke. I have no love for the amount of power bills that I get from them every month. They are outrageous. They're not our friends. We shouldn't be doing anything for these people. We need to take care of the residents. We need to deny people like this that come in and make demands on us. Why should we trust them about taxes? You know, everybody was saying, oh, but we'll make so many taxes from them. Well, they'll get tax forgiveness from the state, from the feds. We don't know what else will come up. And look at what they did to us with taxes at the nuclear power plant. We should not have all of our eggs in one basket. And Deltona is one basket. They have a Tier 1 area. I've never agreed with the Tier 2. Maxine Connor and I were here talking about it when there was rumors of an LNG plant there. Tier 1 industrial, we could have small businesses that actually create jobs. The grant that we had for the water main, they said 3,800 jobs. Data plants don't give you that. I think there was some fraud involved in that, and I think it makes us look bad as a county asking for that, and I urge you to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You don't. No, thank you, though.
My name is Dee Dee Ray. I'm from Citrus Springs. Good afternoon, commissioners, again. The local residents of Citrus County have worked hard and tirelessly to defeat the Deltona Corporation. What we just experienced was a profound communal rejection of something that should never be allowed in this county. The people have spoken and we were heard. I thank the Citrus County Planning Development Commission for doing the work and recommending the denial of the rezoning. I thank our competent intervener, Michael Hill, and amazing subject matter expert, Doug Cleish. Every t-shirt sold and every yard sign held up at corner rallies was accompanied with sweat and determination. This act of community involvement signaled a direct rebuke against the rezoning. Every resident that purchased those items directly contributed to hiring our intervener and expert, we the people. The Citrus County Planning Development Commission knew we backed them with their decision, and that is what true governance looks like when it includes Citrus County residents, the voice of the people. The Deltona Corporation had 105 days to prepare for the planning and development quasi-judicial hearing. Instead of providing a completed application, they presented the same playbook: obfuscate, deflect, and conceptualize. Where did it get them? A unanimous 7-0, and their application still incomplete. What's the real reason for their request of a continuance? First off, it's part of Deltona's strategy to delay, and it's a red flag. A red flag that signals a denial of community input. This continuance strategy is being used to safeguard Deltona against further rigorous scrutiny from the public. And the following are red flag concerns: conceptual plans only, uncertainty of end user, no groundwater model, conflict with pending regulations, no traffic or hydrogeologic studies, no independent noise study, no environmental impact assessment, incompatibility with county vision, conflict with pending regulations, lack of critical information, lack of specific operational details, and insufficient information for the public to evaluate impacts. Again, we ask, what competent, substantial evidence exists today to justify rezoning if the applicant has not yet provided the studies necessary to determine the project's impacts on water resource, karst geology, noise, traffic, infrastructure, and nearby residents? Is Deltona fearing another defeat in July? Is it continuance because it's an election year? Will it give them more time to influence the board? Whatever the reason, the optics are everything, and Citrus County's looking to all 5 of you to listen to the community, heed the words of the PDC, and reflect on what we all have: a beautiful county with pristine waterways, wondrous habitat, peace and tranquility. Where else can one experience what we have here in the Nature Coast? A lot of us chose to reside and retire here. We've made the choice to make the Nature Coast our home for good reasons, and the 5 of you can take this away from us. Put yourself in our shoes for 1 minute, just 1 minute. Ask yourself, what would I do if the shoe is on the other foot? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chuck Hudley, Inverness. I'd like to talk a little bit about Duke. So many rooms of energy cost. I talked about that a little bit ago. Duke officials, the utility reached a multi-year agreement with an unnamed counterparty to monetize up to $3.1 billion of Inflation Reduction Act clean energy tax credits that are expected to be generated through 2028. It's very complicated to follow the bouncing, are we going to pay, are we not going to pay? Very hard to follow that. You have to be in the room, and you have to know what's going on. When they say tariffs, what about other things? What about the audit the price Duke pays itself for unaffiliated, unregulated generator? They pay themselves for generated cost, and then they get a deduction off of that through their income tax. It's very, very complicated. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder that we're talking about the continuance. So for speakers coming beyond, we're only talking about the continuance. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Hudderly. Next speaker.
Hi again, Susan Rodriguez. I'm asking the commission to deny the continuance that Deltona is requesting. The PDC has already denied the application 7-0 on June 18th. Keep the original meeting for July 14th. Stand with the people, not the developers. Just say no, and we want our voices heard. So hopefully, not only are you listening, but that we are also heard. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Curtis in Beverly Hills, and I oppose the continuance to November requested by Deltona's lawyers. In April, they submitted a letter demanding a vote by the BOCC on the rezoning and expansion at Holder by July. This company looks perpetually underprepared. I support sticking to the July vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. It's been said enough. Enough people are telling you what they want and what we don't want. It's time to put this behind us so that we can move forward. From the heart, people are struggling. People are running around like chickens without heads if you ever watch them in the streets, and they're not paying attention because there's so much going on in government right now that their heads are spinning. It's time to put this behind us now while the PDC, fresh off of its vote of 7-0, pushed it through. So now it's your turn to keep it on in July. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tracy Duncan of Lecanto. I apologize for earlier. If I'd realized it was coming this soon to have this part, I would have waited. But please, no to the continuance. Let's keep it July 14th. Let us be heard and say no on the 14th. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hello, John Stroud, Citrus County, Citrus Springs. After the PDC meeting, there was a recommendation. I can't believe that the data center is even a question anymore, much less a continuance by Deltona. You said that one of the recent meetings that anyone can bring an application for a data center, but you all were residents of the county and you're concerned about the data center as we're all concerned about the data center as well, show us that this is true and deny not only the continuance, but ultimately the data center as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Last call. Hi.
Good afternoon again. I just wanted to
State your name and where you're from.
Alyssa Ballantyne. I'm 17 years old and I've lived in Citrus County my whole life. I just wanted to again request that the continuance is denied because Deltona was already granted a continuance to get all of their application completed, and it was again incomplete at the PDC meeting. If you'd please deny it, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can I say something? I only got 3 minutes, and I have a letter on file.
I don't know how that works. Do we have anything about that?
I guess she gets 2 more minutes.
2 minutes?
Chair, if someone would like to continue to use their letter at each item, could they please let me know?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do what now?
So if you want to continue using your letter, please let her know each time because we don't know if you're speaking for yourself or for your
asked
group.
if I needed to give another one, so that's fine.
That is my apology.
No problem.
Would you be fine with 2 minutes?
I can try.
Okay.
I'll give it my best. No, I'm joking.
Okay.
Put yourself in our shoes for 1 minute. Ask yourself, what would you do if you, now I lost my, ask yourself, what would you do if the shoe is on the other foot? All you have to do is say no to the continuance and no to rezoning. What you're putting our community through is an unnecessary evil. I have no idea how any of you will be able to hold your head up high in our county. The community will know who will be responsible for the destruction of our nature, coast, and our families. I encourage all 5 of you to watch a PDC meeting. Listen to what a farce this has become. And now the continuance. The Deltona letter referencing Duke Energy is an example of using a process to delay or obscure the project. The letter has absolutely nothing to do with rezoning application. What it does have to do with is attempting to delay the process, to buy more time to influence all 5 of you, hoping the community backlash will die down, or perhaps hoping a favorable election outcome. I can tell you this, the community backlash won't die down, and if anything, this continuance will bring even more of the community together. You thought 4 overflow rooms was a lot? Just wait. We will not back down, and we will not be silent. And again, watch the PDC meeting and learn and listen to what the people are saying. In case you can't hear it, take a minute now. We do not want the rezoning of Holder. We do not want a data center or any harmful heavy industry, and we don't want a continuance granted. And I respectfully ask that a continuance not be granted for the Deltona Corporation. Thank you.
Ms. Ray, could you state your name in the record
Yes.
and what group you're speaking for?
Dee Dee Ray, and on the continuance.
What group are you representing? That you
Myself.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And you didn't even take all your 2 minutes. Any other speakers? Yes, ma'am.
May I just offer a clarification? I think there was some confusion. There's a difference between our green public speaker cards and letters on file. So letters on file are for an entity or company that they file with us to get their 5 minutes. Green speaker cards are for you for our official records when we clerk the meeting. So you only have to fill out 1 green speaker card per meeting, but those are separate from your letter on file.
So if someone's coming up with a letter on file, they don't need a green card at all?
They do, yes, ma'am, but they don't have to submit a new green card every time they speak, and I think that's where there was a miscommunication. She asked me if she needed another green card.
I understand. Okay, does everyone understand? Okay. Last chance open to the public on this. Okay, closing the public portion. Board, when I saw that come through, like many of you did, I think it was late Wednesday night, the 2 reasons that they gave had nothing to do with what we would decide upon, something on a wait for Duke Energy, and then the property tax amendment being on the November ballot. there was no extra time needed for anything to do with the application, as we would have to decide it. We're gonna have to decide about compatibility and zoning. And the reason that I said it was an emergency, and thank you for allowing it at this meeting, is because the public needs to be noticed properly. And if we did not hear this quickly, they obviously, we have to hear it the very next meeting is when the date is set for. So with that, I hope you support me in this motion. I welcome any board comment at this time.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I fully believe that or expect that this agenda item will pass 5-0. My question is for the county attorney, though, because we have dealt with this once before on a very contentious application that was moving through the process, and I believe it was just before our meeting that they asked for a continuation. And at that time, I had asked the attorney, I said, well, do we have to grant the continuation or move forward with it? And the answer that I received at the time was that you don't necessarily have to, but typically the applicant is the one that drives the timeline. If they don't want it to be heard, they can just pull their application. So when we approve this to deny their continuation request, what happens if the applicant decides to withdraw their application? If they just pull it and say, never mind, we don't want it heard right now, we have a moratorium in place, does that then fall under the 1-year moratorium, or what happens? I had somebody email me that and ask me that question. I said, I don't know, but I'll ask it from the dais today.
Yeah, I don't usually like to deal with hypotheticals, but if the applicant always has the option to withdraw their application. So if they don't want to move forward on this timeline, then they do have that option. And if they did, then it would be a new application whenever they submitted it, and it would be under the current existing laws at the time that they submit it. So.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Good question.
Yep.
Anyone else before I call the vote? Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So thank you, go ahead. I don't think I'd stop you anyway. Thank you for being respectful, though, through this whole meeting and respecting that. So I imagine that we'll see a lot of you here at our next board meeting, which will be July 14th. So if anyone is unclear, the Holder Industrial Park application will be heard unless the applicant pulls it all away and starts over on July 14th. Please know, again, just a reminder for commissioners, we will not be commenting or giving opinions on that specific application before it comes before us. Okay, that being said, we are at legislative update.
Chair, my
Yes, ma'am.
apologies. May I please get Commissioner Davis's vote for E1?
Yes. Commissioner Davis, vote on E1.
Aye.
Thank you. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you, Commissioner and members of the board. Alexander Alt, Intergovernmental Affairs Liaison and Administrative Development Review Expediter. So today before you, I have a very brief update on the property tax proposal. At the last board meeting, you received an update from our county lobbyist, providing a generalized update of what you saw in that proposal, and then also county staff provided an analysis of the impact that it could have as it relates to revenues. So, but as a result of that, it seemed like there were still a lot of questions out there about exactly what is in this proposal. There's actually a joint resolution that the legislature passed, and then also a policy bill that they passed that is not going on the ballot. So that's kind of caused a couple different questions. So I just wanted to do a quick line-by-line analysis of everything you've seen in there. You'll recognize some of the different provisions, but there may be a couple other ones that have flown under the radar that you might not have seen. So I just want to make sure everyone was on the same page with that. So. Okay, so again, just to rehash, we had the special session June 1st through June 2nd, and it was passed on the June 2nd meeting of the legislature, and that will go to the electors November 3rd, 2026, and as long as it meets a threshold of 60% plus one, it will go into the state constitution. There was also, like as I mentioned, there was a separate policy bill that the legislature passed, and that one is just a normal piece of legislation. It will not go on the ballot. It makes it the key point of that policy bill, and I'll get into it in a minute, has to do with changing the way the maximum millage is set when you do your budgets. And we'll get into that, but that only requires the governor's signature like a normal piece of legislation would. Okay, so first off, and in your package, you would have seen I provided a copy of the actual joint resolution that was passed, as well as the policy bill. So the joint resolution should be HJR 1F. So lines 134 through 138 provides for all non-school related levies, and I should give a quick caveat to this, and I'll get into it in a second. What the legislature did with this language, it basically preserved the existing homestead exemption that exists for school districts, staying at $25,000. All the changes that you will see have to do with non-school tax levies. So right now for residential real property that's not homesteaded, there exists a cap on the amount that the assessment can increase every year at 10%. This proposal changes that beginning January 1st, 2027 to 5%. Now going to the next bullet point there, line 156 through 160, it does the same thing. So that first one is for non-homesteaded residential. It does the same thing for basically any other property that's not agricultural. So for basically commercial, industrial type property, it does the same thing going from 10% to 5%. This is the big meat of the joint resolution, and again, that's what you've seen already. Preserves the $25,000 homestead exemption for school taxes, and then beginning January 1st, 2027, the homestead exemption will go to $150,000, and then beginning on January 1st, 2028, the homestead exemption will go to $250,000. The next one where it says line 214 to 230, that pertains to if you are not a resident of the state of Florida as of December 31st, 2026, then there will be a 5-year phase-in before you get to experience that $250,000 homestead exemption. So for those individuals, they will be under the existing $50,000 homestead exemption, and at the beginning of the 5th year of their residency in Florida, then they will now come under that new $250,000 homestead exemption. And I'll get into it at the very end, but right now where this all lands is there's some legal challenges going on. And so we'll have to see whether it's going to actually make it onto the ballot. One of the questions and concerns that's kind of floating out there as far as legal challenges go has to do with this provision in treating residents differently and basically saying, well, you guys have to wait 5 years and this other group doesn't have to wait 5 years. So that's a whole question that most likely will go to the Florida Supreme Court to get decided. Okay, moving right along here. The next two sections have to do with an inflation escalator. So lines 247 through 256, the $250,000 homestead exemption will be adjusted annually for inflation beginning January 1, 2029, and then each year thereafter. So it'll be a slight increase from that $250,000 number, a slight increase each year. The next bullet point, line 257 to 264, does the same thing, but for those non-residents that they become residents after December 31st, 2026, for that $50,000 non-school exemption, it does the same thing for inflation. The next bullet point, line 265 to 280, I don't need to necessarily go into this specifically, but it's basically conforming, like clarifying language, because within the existing constitution now, whenever you make an amendment as it pertains to property taxes, it basically says that that new exemption that you create will have an inflation adjuster like we're talking about, the beginning the year after it's enacted. But with this, they wanted to start it on a specific date, which is January 1st, 2029, as you see in that first bullet point. This just makes sure they don't conflict with each other. And then finally, interestingly enough, line 281 and 285, this is where it basically says that the legislature will create a schedule for ultimately eliminating property taxes altogether for homesteaded properties, basically providing a uniform procedure for that. But interestingly, there's no dates, timelines, or anything. It just says the legislature will create a schedule. Whatever that means, it could be they do a couple thousand every year, they do something very big in 1 year. It's totally up to the legislature, so that language leaves it wide open. Lines 286 to 290, so beginning on or after January 1st, 2030, a county, a municipality, or school district may determine that a reduction of the 5-year requirement for non-residents is warranted by a critical local need by a 2/3 vote. So basically, that 5-year non-citizen portion of the exemption, the local government can determine, we think there's a critical local need here, and we want to shorten it from a 5-year phase-in to a 3-year phase-in. That's totally up to the board and a 2/3 vote of the board. The next 2 bullet points, I don't necessarily need to get into unless you'd like me to, but it provides some additional language for special districts. And I can leave it at that, and it also provides inflation adjuster for the special districts as well. This is a question that's come up a lot, and within that joint, and everything I've been talking about so far is what's going to be in that joint resolution, which will be an amendment to the voters. This is where that list of core government services was provided that basically states what the remainder of ad valorem taxes that are left can be used for. It does not say in that language that you have to fund all of these ones. It says you have, out of this list, these are what you can use it for. And I can really quickly go through that. So public safety, which is law enforcement, fire safety, and EMS, education and public schools, finance or refinance infrastructure, including expenditures on road and bridge construction and maintenance and stormwater control, finance or refinance of natural resource projects, including flood control measures, issue local bonds for uses consistent with this paragraph and to make debt service payments for existing obligations, and then retirement benefits. And the very last bullet point there was actually added by the legislature, and this is the reason I highlighted this, because the way it reads to me basically says that this is a catch-all for everything else. The original proposal from the governor did not have this last bullet point. The legislature added this. And I took this word for word from the actual legislation, and it says, fund the operations and administration of county officers, which is your constitutionals, and commissioners established under Article 8, and municipalities, and the expenditures approved by such county officers or county or municipal governing bodies, except those expenditures prohibited by general law. So at the last board meeting, when I mentioned that basically they added anything that you approve, this is what I was referring to, this particular point here. The last section of the bill is just a schedule. States that the amendments will take effect if passed January 1st, 2027. The governor's original proposal had language related to a state trust fund for smaller counties if there were shortfalls in their budget as a result of this homestead increase. The legislature took that language out. I just wanted to make a note of that for everyone's awareness. And then finally, at the very end of the resolution, beginning on line 463, you see the actual ballot language that you will see November 3rd, 2026. I will highlight also as well that this is one of the other main contention points of the lawsuit that's currently going on to see whether or not this will make it into the ballot. There's some questions about the language that's on the ballot, whether or not it's advocating for the actual language. As you know, whenever something makes it on the ballot, it's supposed to just state what the ballot initiative does. It's not supposed to advocate for it. So there's a question whether or not the way it's written is advocating. So we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out legally. The other piece of legislation I mentioned having to do, which is not in the resolution, but it's an actual policy bill that is going to the governor for his signature, is this HB 3F and SB 4F, which has to do with property tax administration. There's a bunch of different sections on it, and it was changed a whole bunch by the legislature. I'm not going to get into all of it, but the main meat and potatoes of it is in Section 2 and has to do with the method of millage fixing. So right now, when you have, every year when you do your budget, your maximum millage that you can set is it's a formula. So it's based on the millage rate that would have been levied in the prior year if the maximum millage rate had been applied, adjusted for change in per capita Florida personal income, unless a higher rate was adopted, in which case the maximum is the adopted rate. The removal of this language has the effect of starting the maximum millage rate at the rollback rate instead. So whenever you create your budgets every year, your starting, if this passes and the governor signs it, your starting point will be the rollback rate instead of this formula. Now there's some language that applies to that. So if you were trying to go up to 110% above that, it would require 4 out of 5 of the commissioners to vote for it. And then if you wanted to go above 110% of that, then you'd need a unanimous vote. Before, your starting point was that formula I just mentioned. Now it'll start at that rollback rate. And the rest is just some conforming language. They removed some language the governor originally wanted in the property appraiser when they do their trim notices to put the language of the amendment and what's going to be put on the ballot in the trim notices. The legislature removed all of that. And again, just some conforming language. Line 235 to 240 allows the ballot summary to exceed 7. Normally, they can't go above 75 words. this allows it in this specific amendment. And the rest is mostly just conforming language. Again, this will show up on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot. I will keep you all apprised of any changes that may occur and be happy to answer any questions you have. Okay. You're good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Veronica, are you ready? We're going to get some outstanding commissioner items update.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Due to the timeline between the previous meeting and this one, we don't have a full outstanding commission item list, but I do have some road updates for you. So we are going to put some slides up on the screen. If you don't mind putting the first one up. Excellent. So that is south of Popka in Inverness, unincorporated Inverness. That is a Scott project, as we've discussed a few times, and it is a 4-phase project. This was before they began phase 1 on June 8th. And if Reese wouldn't mind just clicking to the next one. This is what it looks like on June 19th. So that is phase 1 completed. All the cracks and rutting are gone, completely repaved. The other 3 phases, it'll be the same process. So they're doing part by part. So once we get done with phase 4, the entirety of the section that we're repaving will be taken care of and look just like that picture right there.
Nice. I'm sure a lot of people are happy.
Yes. Phase 2 is
Including
currently
Mr.
in
Hutterly.
progress, so we'll keep you updated. CR 39 SCOP is also moving along, although that one is being managed by the Department of Transportation. Our technical services staff met with them and the contractor for a pre-construction meeting earlier this month, and the construction is anticipated to begin for that one in either late July or early August, based on contractor availability, weather, all those things. Mustang SCOP, the bid recommendation is currently under review by the Department of Management and Budget. Once they have approved that recommendation, they will send it to the Department of Transportation for their concurrence, and then it will come before this body. So when you see that on your agenda, you'll know that construction on Mustang will be happening shortly after that. The regular pavement management program is on track and on schedule, with work in District 3 progressing specifically quickly. We have a large number of roads there, and they have deployed and are hard at work. And last but not least, not necessarily a road, but it is related to pavement management, the Hernando Beach boat ramp. There are improvements being put in place there, including new asphalt, some concrete work, fencing, and lighting. And that is nearing completion. They are just wrapping up some final details, and that project should be complete this in July, upcoming month as well. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Barrick.
I would really love you to take some pictures of District 3 roads that are going to be fixed and that have preliminary stuff so that you can show exactly compared to what you just showed. Because the ones that I'm driving on are a lot worse than what just got fixed.
We'd be happy to get you some photos from the contractors.
Anyone else? Your light's on, do you want to? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're up to Commissioner Bays.
Yes, Tampa Bay Regional
Mr.
Plan.
Howard have something?
I do not. Just,
Did I skip you? Oh,
nope,
I did.
am
I'm
nope.
sorry.
Just pleased with all the great work that's going on with our roads. We have a excitement coming at the next board meeting with Gospel Road
Gospel
coming
Island?
forward. Yep, Gospel Island Road coming forward. So we got good news from Department of Transportation on Friday. We were working them pretty hard, so that's exciting news that'll be coming at the next agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays.
That is good news. The Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council has asked for a letter of support. They're applying for funding from the National Academies of Science Gulf Research Program to assist in conducting a 5-year update to the Regional Resiliency Action Plan. If it's awarded, they'll conduct outreach and education workshops to garner input and feedback to assist in the update of the RAP, to include 2 workshop sessions in the 2027 Regional Resiliency Summit, as well as a minimum of 4 coalition work group meetings. So I am asking for your permission to, for this board to sign that letter of recommendation to apply for the grant.
Are you making the motion?
I am making the motion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Do you have anything else?
I do not.
Okay. Commissioner Davis.
Two things that I want to sing some praises on. The Partners in Tourism with the Tourist Development Council last week on Wednesday was held at Cattle Dog Coffee Roasters, but not one of their retail outlets. It was actually in their roastery in Hernando. And they're really hoping to, at some point, find tourist quality accommodations to move their roastery, and they have big plans for Citrus County, and they've done a phenomenal job here. Just really proud of that small business. You know, Starbucks, Schmarbucks, right? Secondly, I went to the best chamber mixer ever Thursday night. They actually had luau girls. It was hilarious. But it was at Clear Sky Rehabilitation Hospital, and we got anyone who wanted to go on a tour got the tour by the Chief Nursing Officer, Rebecca Beatty. And what an amazing resource that we have. If you're not ambulatory, they will do everything they can to get you ambulatory and out the door. And the thought that goes into that design and the programs was absolutely amazing. You can see light from everywhere, like window light. It's not like living in a cave. And they have an entire apartment with like a little, refrigerator, sink, laundry room, bedroom, bathroom next to the bedroom, and they make sure that you can operate in that environment, because people go into a hospital, then they go home, and they can't function in their own home. And one little fun fact, when Becky was an ER nurse, she said the number one reason people get carted away in an ambulance is that they fall between the bathtub and the toilet. That's where they fall, and that's the number one reason they come in on the ambulance. So be careful out there, guys. You don't want to, I said, I sure don't ever want to need their services, but I'm glad they're here, and if I ever do. So thank you.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, just a quick update on our redfish release on Saturday. Duke Energy and Coastal Conservation Association and a very nice crowd showed up out at Pirates Cove and Commissioner Davis showed up out there at 9 o'clock with 2 trailers with these giant tanks on them full of redfish. And our community sponsored each one of these redfish, and CCA and Duke Energy got the redfish tagged. And everybody who wanted to got to release an individual fish, and then ultimately they turned loose the rest of them out there as well. The smallest ones were 16, 18 inches, and the others were 24 to 30-inch redfish. So big
Read
fish.
my mind, thank you.
Yeah, great fish that they turned loose out there. And on Sunday, I actually got 3 different texts of fish that had already been caught out there. So each one of those anglers that catches a tagged redfish, there's a phone number on it and a tag number. They call that number. It goes to our TDC, and TDC will tell them what prize they won for catching that fish. So great collaborative effort between the TDC, the Chamber of Commerce, Duke Energy, and CCA. So great event. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you. Do you have anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Commissioner Barrick.
Well, I was fortunate. On Thursday, I got to go to the ribbon cutting for the probation department of the state, and it was for the van ribbon cutting, for the new van for the M5 area, which is where we are, which means that they're going to be coming around to Citrus County with a probation van. So if you're on probation, you don't have to come to Inverness to see your probation officer. And if you actually see your probation officer when you're supposed to, you don't go back to jail. So this is a wonderful thing. There are only 2 other vans in the state of Florida. One is in Miami County and one is in Sarasota County. And this has been a very productive thing for the citizens. They're not returning to jail because of probation violation. And that is one of the number one reasons why this, the people are going back to jail, is because they're violating probation. They can't get to their probation probation officer. And it was really neat to meet with all these people and see this thing that we're only number 3 getting it in the whole state. There's 67 counties. And it's because we're in M5, which is with Marion, Levy, and us. And it's going to be a wonderful thing. Hopefully, we will have less people returning to our county jail for probation violation. And Career Source, that was my other one this week that I went to. We are doing exactly what the state requires and what the federal government, and we are getting the funding to keep Career Source going, and it's a really nice thing. They have different programs, and people need to check out what Career Source has available. We do have number 2 on unemployment. If people took advantage of what we have, there are scholarships for going to school, and they pay for everything. So please, if you're listening on TV, please, tell your relatives, go to Career Source and get signed up so that you can get assistance and get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Lynn?
I have nothing, ma'am.
Okay, last time for open to the public. I don't need to restate the rules, do I? I said I don't need to restate all the rules. And make
Stephen
sure
Schwartz,
your
Beverly.
language is appropriate this time, Mr. Schwartz.
Well, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. It's time to inform you of the things that I see happening in the future. If this board continues to give carte blanche with regards to rezoning and new development, I hope you are prepared for extended droughts. We are outgrowing the rate of recharge of the aquifer, and the amount of rain we get will not be sufficient. If levels keep dropping, then there will be saltwater intrusion, making water undrinkable. Wells are already being drilled deeper to reach drinkable water. As we dig deeper or disturb the dirt by extraction, combined with the void of water in the aquifer, major sinkholes will begin to open. If we keep pouring chemicals on soil, it will keep seeping into the aquifer, making the limited drinking water we have undrinkable. The proof is Walmart in Inverness couldn't be built for 8 years because of toxic waste from an old asphalt plant. Water is life, for without it, nothing can survive. In my taxi cab in New York City, I had a very famous and rich person. She once told me I would give up all my money for happiness. You can't eat or drink money. Money will not bring you the true happiness, and it can't buy you water if there's none in the ground or the rivers. Without water, there is no food. Without water, everything will die. You need to search your souls because your decision decides the fate of Citrus County, the people that live here, you and your loved ones. Exhibit 1 of my board shows that I tried to warn you in 2024 when I told you of the 3 storms to come. Exhibit 2 shows what is happening right now. There will be major earthquakes and volcanic eruptions affecting everyone. Exhibit 3 shows the past, the present, and the future that your children and grandchildren will be dealing with. At the pace we are going, it will happen in your lifetime. Citrus County is at a crossroads, and your decisions determine your legacy and how people will interact with you when you are out in the community. No more approving of new developments until what's already approved is 2/3 built out so you can assess all infrastructure, especially water. I see people wanting an alternative to total destruction of their lives by overdevelopment. Not all will be happy, but a 1% sales tax to pay for infrastructure with the majority going to roads and water preservation rather than having zone changes and developments that kill the nature coast. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Chuck Hudley, Inverness, south of Popka Road. I'd like to talk a little bit about hiring freeze, and this is going to be a stupid question. The person that left, what becomes of his remuneration? Has it kind of stopped? Does it go back to the county, or does it continue? I'm just kind of curious about that person that left and that remuneration. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Not really. I don't know who you're talking about.
I think he's talking about the Economic Development
Yes,
Director.
yes, I am. Yeah.
I'll let, when you're done, I guess Mr. Howard can answer that.
Yeah, when we don't want to take up your time. When you're all finished, you can get some answers. How about
Okay,
that?
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Anthony Ayo. But this time, I'm here for the Stop the Sand Mine Subcommittee at Pine Ridge. Okay, I don't know if you're aware of what's going on, but the Southworth property has now been taken over by the Florida Department of Transit, and they have applied through SwiftMud for an environmental resource permit. They have tentatively granted them a permit for that property. We are right now in the challenge phase. I know this is off the cuff, but I also approached the Crystal River, and I was surprised. So I'm sure you read that in the paper. I'm going to ask all of you, as the county, will you write a letter in support of a challenge to the SwiftMud ERP so that we can get a hearing and a judge can hear all of the issues that are at stake? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Cheryl Curtis from Beverly Hills. I just wanted to make a comment about the asphalt plant. I request that the county follow the recommendations of Michael Hill because they are consistent with the Burt Harris Act. And if an amendment to the use table is to be considered, then the county should develop additional criteria, which Michael Hill has provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Last chance. I knew you were coming up.
Tracy Duncan, Lecanto. I just wanted to see if one or a few of y'all would look into what we can do about maybe preventing any more amendments to rezonings and so forth. Is there a way that we can do like a moratorium on that, like we did the data center? For a while, no more trying to increase, a rezoning application and so forth, or a number of units on an area of land, because we are so rapidly growing. And I am very concerned, not one just of our environment, but of our water supply in just ruining our atmosphere that we have here. The other thing is, I'm concerned about our landfill as far as accumulation of leach water. That's why I was asking about the incinerator. Maybe if we start early, maybe we can combine with another county to do an incinerator together to help with costs as well as the accumulation of trash, having enough. What are we going to do with our leach water once it builds up to where it has to be, released and so forth? So we are growing. So this is something I think we need to start thinking about ahead of time, so we're not like surrounding counties and looking to do a deep well injection somewhere to get rid of our leach water. And I'd also like for someone to consider about what we can do about expanding our recycling. We need more recycling places. I know it's been an issue before, but maybe the place over there off in Grover, Cleveland, that was once Sand Hill dump or something. I don't remember, but we need more places set up for recycling. I believe the only place that we have is a landfill right now, and it's only open certain hours. Maybe consider even extending their hours where the public can get to it, after hours and so forth. But just another issue to protect our environment. We need a better recycling setup. So please think on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last chance for open to the public. Okay, with that, I will close open to the public. Do you have any answers for Mr. Hutterly?
Well, after him.
Yeah, I was going to say, other than the position is vacant, we're not filling that. I'm actually wearing that additional hat. and it'd be a position that you'd remain at some point at a later date. That's actually paid out of business tax receipts, so it's not really general fund anyways, but I'll continue to wear that dual hat. But in the future, you may need that position, and that'll be for another day at that point, but currently it's remains vacant and it won't be filled.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Commissioner Davis.
Miss Duncan, where'd she go? She's got to be out there somewhere, no? Did Tracy leave?
She's
There she is. Hi. You never leave. Of course not. I wasn't saying I wanted you to. I wanted to give you a thoughtful reply. On your first item on the moratorium on upzoning, that is a pretty broad brush for things that really need to be taken on a case-by-case basis. For example, we have a lot of land that is already mobile home allowed. So if someone buys a large swath of mobile home allowed and puts in a whole bunch of mobile homes, that puts us further upside down on the tax base, right? It just does. Take those acres and instead do, I don't know, a PUD that has a lot of open space and density. I've done a lot of research in land conservation, and actually doing density, as long as it is accompanied by open space, is actually a better use of land than sprawl. And I'm one of the ones that lives on sprawl. I've got an acre of land in Citrus Hills, and a lot of people don't want to keep up with that amount of property. I'm certainly aging out of it myself. And so sometimes people want a townhome or a condo or an apartment or a zero lot line property. And I would love to live in a place like that that also has walking trails, forest, wildlife, a lake, all that stuff versus, and that's much better for our tax code as well. To have that's really done by the Nature Coast. So in terms of a waste to energy plant, the very first innovation conference I went to in 21 with Florida Association of Counties was touring the one in Palm Beach County, which is spectacular. And I was so impressed how environmentally fantastic those are. And I, as a new commissioner, of course, I go to staff and I'm, nope, we just are not big enough. And I said, well, I said the same thing as you. What if we did multiple counties going in together? Perhaps we're getting to that point. FAC's this week. I'll certainly have a few conversations, Alex, to see. But I'm with you on that one. I just don't know if we're there yet. But at some point, maybe we will be.
Anyone else? Commissioner Bass.
Mr. Webb, correct? Moonraker? Is Carl still here, maybe? Is Carl still in the back?
I don't.
He was last time.
Yeah, he was last time. We can definitely connect up.
I thought maybe it would be helpful just to find out if that's a completely private road or if it's been
That's my
I
understanding.
already found out it's completely private.
Yeah.
I had a conversation, may I?
Go ahead.
I had a conversation with Ken Cheek back there, and I bet you anything he talked to Carl, because he said if it's a private road, and I already sent a follow-up email to Mr. Webb saying if it's a private road, it does have to be 100%.
And I think there was already some communications already.
So that's the email
Yeah,
that
it
I
has to be
sent you.
100%. So I'm sorry to have given you false hope there. But if it's a public road, then absolutely it's 50% plus one.
Okay, anybody else? And with that, I'm going to, excuse me, sir, you can't speak from the chair, but I am going to put us on recess and then you can talk to someone, okay? We will be on recess until 5:01. Thank you. It's 5:02 and the Board of County Commissioners meeting is back in session, and we are starting with our public hearings at 5:01, the 486 interchange management area.
Commissioners, at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider transmitting an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Chapter 10, the future land use element of the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan by adopting a new future land use map category entitled the County Road 486 Interchange Management Area, the 486 IMA, in relation to the Suncoast Parkway interchange at County Road 486, establishing an interchange management area boundary with supporting text, goals, objectives, and policies, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
And Commissioners, this is an application to transmit this application. We're asking you to consider it and then transmit it to the state, and we'll send it to state agencies, and it'll come back before you for a final adoption at a later date. It's taken us a while to get 486 to you. We had a prior consultant who didn't quite get it done. Wade Trim, our consultant tonight, did the Cardinal and the 44 interchanges. They've done a really good job picking up the pieces and getting this to almost the finish line. So they are here and have a PowerPoint for you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Amanda Warner. I'm a planner with Wade Trim. We're a consultant for Citrus County on this project. So this is the County Road 486 IMA Comprehensive Plan Amendment. So to provide some background regarding this project, this all started in 2019 when the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council conducted a land use study of the Suncoast Parkway and its extension into Citrus County, looking at the land uses surrounding each of the proposed interchanges. That study was presented to the county at that time, and from that study, the county selected the focused growth scenario to move forward for the interchange planning. So this project really started once that 2019 study was underway. It started again in 2022 with a series of meetings and public workshops toward the development of a comprehensive plan amendment and a land development code. As staff mentioned, we picked this up in 2025, and we're bringing it to you today to request its transmittal to the state of Florida. So this began with project websites, stakeholder focus group, public workshops, and Planning and Development Commission meetings and Board of County Commissioner meetings starting in 2022 and then moving into 2023 and so on. In August 2025, when we picked it up, we held a kickoff meeting with county staff to really understand the project and where it left off, and conducted a driving tour of the area. In September through October 2025, we developed an administrative outline of the comprehensive plan amendment, and then also conducted as-needed consultation with stakeholders in the area. In November 2025, we brought that administrative draft to the Planning and Development Commission, held a workshop with them. That was on November 20th of 2025. And then May through June 2026, we've been working essentially on updating that document and bringing it both to the Planning and Development Commission on May 7th and then you today on June 22nd. Moving forward, should this be transmitted to the state, we are looking at an August through October final adoption public hearing cycle for this. So that's looking out into the future should this be transmitted. So this is the proposed interchange management area. You can see the outline of the interchange management area in red on the screen. You'll see an area that's in a blue, depending on what color you're looking at. It may be green on your screen, but that blue-green color is the economic development target area. That's a portion of the overall County Road 486 interchange management area. So the area in blue, economic development target area, and the area that's not in blue but still within that red boundary is the mixed use sub-area. So you'll hear me refer to those sub-areas throughout this presentation. So to give some context, the existing land uses that are out there today within that red boundary, there's about 105 parcels in the EDTA and about I think there's 120 or so in the mixed use area. And then you'll see the breakout of the acreages for each of those areas. In total, the total IMA is about 1,500 acres. So when you're looking at that full red boundary. This is a map of the existing land uses. So this is how the area is developed today. This is not a future land use map. This is the existing development pattern that's out there. So you'll see to the east concentration of commercial, that's shown in red. The dark red is developed commercial. The pink is developing or vacant commercial. And then you'll see a number of other colors. The green is agricultural, the shades of yellow, the darker yellow is developed residential, the lighter yellow is undeveloped or vacant residential, and then a number of other uses in there. The grays are industrial, and then the blue, you'll see a number of blue parcels. That's all the FDOT acquired land surrounding the Suncoast Parkway. So that black line, the thick, dense black line, is the Suncoast Parkway alignment. So looking at the basically the breakdown of uses that are out there, and this is future land use now, not existing land use. So if you were to look at a future land use map of Citrus County, you'll see that about 60% of the EDTA is non-residential today, and you'll see that about 20% of the mixed use area is non-residential today. So that's the breakout of future land uses. And how this looks on a map, this is the current comprehensive plan future land use map for the area. You'll see the breakout of the future land uses that are out there. You'll see a number of residential uses. We have everything from residential mixed use to low density residential in yellow, medium density residential in brown, and the slightly darker brown would be high density residential. And then also there's a number of commercial uses, general commercial and professional office. You'll see over in the EDTA area, which is on the west side, you'll see the grays, industrial, extractive, and then some semi-public institutional uses as well mixed in there. So as I mentioned, this project really started in terms of the land use in 2022. There was a public workshop held and a number of stakeholder meetings in the area. And what was discussed at that time, basically in 2022, the discussions were surrounding the context of the area, the physical context, the appearance, the desired amenities, and the desired design of those areas. So this was really investigative public workshops and stakeholder meetings, getting a sense of what the desired landscape would be out there. Moving into 2023, a series of workshops were held with the Planning and Development Commission and then the Board of County Commissioners. This started to look in a little more detail about actual implementation, as well as the building height, building envelope, et cetera, for the development out there. Also at that time, they began to discuss vesting and what the vesting would be for existing land uses that are already out there. And also just general boundary considerations, as well as the density and intensity of uses. In 2025, when we picked up the project, we started by reaching out to stakeholders in the area and really looking at the properties that were out there, looking at permitted and prohibited uses, densities, and then also buffering requirements for incompatible uses. And then into 2025, this was the Planning and Development Commission workshop that was held in November of 2025. This is where we got more information about implementation. So really looking at vesting policies in more detail. There was a lot of discussion about permitted and prohibited uses and the language surrounding those uses, and then also how the uses were divided amongst the EDTA and the mixed use sub areas. And then in 2026, we held, that was earlier this year in May, we held a workshop with the Planning and Development Commission and also started to look at those permitted and prohibited uses in more detail. So really distinguishing what those were and how they should be defined and clarified in the proposed comprehensive plan amendment. So today, the version of the comprehensive plan amendment that you have in front of you really goes back to that Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council study and the focus growth scenario. So looking at a compact and nonlinear pattern of development, this comprehensive plan amendment is trying to set the stage for a more coordinated development pattern, mixing both residential and non-residential land uses together and providing for more economic development opportunities in relation to that Suncoast Parkway. The future land use map category is proposed as the County Road at 486 IMA or the 486 IMA, which is the name that it's been given. Two sub-areas that I mentioned are the EDTA or the Economic Development Target Area and the Mixed Use sub-area. So again, this is the map. This is the same map I showed previously, but just again to remind you of that boundary and how the EDTA fits into that boundary. So policy 17.39, 3 through 5 are the implementation policies. This includes triggers for implementation. They're threefold, either newly proposed for non-residential use or mixed use, expansion of a non-residential development that exceeds 25% of the permitted gross leasable area, or a change of occupancy, or expansion of residential development that exceeds the existing permitted number of units. Existing PUDs would be exempted unless the thresholds in those triggers, those three triggers, are exceeded. Then the change to the PUD must be consistent with the 486 IMA. Unless triggered, development may continue consistent with the underlying land use district, so it would be vested. So for example, a single family residential property owner that has a single family residence, they can continue as is unless they're triggering one of the three criteria on the left side of the slide. And then there's an 8-acre minimum project size with an option of 5 acres or less if impervious surface area is reduced or open space is increased. And then also we've included for implementation phasing requirements so that if a project isn't completed, each section of the project or portion of the project must be implemented in full so that it can be standalone should it not be completed. And then we also provided aggregation standards for aggregating properties. So policies 17.39, 6 through 7 cover the intent and uses of the EDTA, that's the Economic Development Target Area. The permitted uses would be light industrial and manufacturing, professional offices, warehousing, distribution, and logistics, outdoor storage, accessory to other uses, utilities, and trail access, and that trail access is provided by the Suncoast Parkway, the trail as part of that. Prohibited uses would be residential of any density, and again, this is new residential uses. So existing residential uses that are out there can continue unless they trigger one of those 3 criteria. Concrete asphalt batch plants would be prohibited, both portable and permanent. That was something that was added by the PDC at the last meeting. Extractive uses, truck stops, bus terminals, and vehicle repair, RV and boat parking, outdoor storage, and mini warehouse or self-service storage, those would be prohibited. And then for the mixed use subarea, again, this is policy 1739, 6 through 7. We have permitted uses, which would be medium high density residential, neighborhood and general commercial, hotel and travel accommodations, mini warehouse or self-service storage, professional offices, institutional and civic, government offices and facilities, and parks, recreation, and trails. The prohibited uses would be low density residential less than 6 dwelling units per acre, industrial and manufacturing, concrete asphalt batch plants, both portable and permanent, metal recycling junkyards, extractive uses, truck stops, bus terminals, vehicle repair, RV and boat parking, and outdoor storage, car wash facilities, and outdoor kennels. So those were the permitted and prohibited uses. Moving on to policy 17.39, 8 through 15. These policies discuss the density intensity within each of the subareas. The non-residential intensity would be a floor area ratio of 1.0. That floor area ratio could be increased to 1.5 if there's a residential component of the project. Residential density for the EDTA, there would be no new residential uses. Again, existing residential uses can maintain if they don't trigger the IMA. But mixed use residential would be permitted if approved by a PUD with a minimum of 6 dwelling units per acre and a maximum of 12 dwelling units per acre. There's a potential maximum up to 20 dwelling units per acre if certain criteria are met, and those criteria are outlined in the policy, but generally include integrated gathering areas or community facilities or amenities being provided as part of that project. The mix of uses, non-residential must be mixed with residential. Residential may be standalone or mixed with non-residential. And then mixed-use functional integration would be required. So the residential would be required to be above or behind the non-residential. There would be a requirement for pedestrian connectivity, open spaces, and public spaces, and a range of housing types. The emphasis here in the County Road 486 IMA would really be workforce and senior housing. That's why higher densities are promoted here, looking back at that minimum 6 dwelling units per acre and maximum 12 dwelling units per acre to provide more variety of housing types other than single-family residential. And looking at policy 17.39, 16 through 23, these are policies surrounding development and infrastructure. So there are enhanced standards in the LDC required by these policies, everything from transportation, landscaping and buffering, circulation, subdivision regulations, signage, and lighting. These would be enhanced standards above what's in the LDC currently. There would be requirement to minimize visual impacts. So again, buffering standards and a requirement for an interconnected circulation system. So for both vehicular and pedestrian bicycle. This interconnected circulation system would involve things like frontage or reverse frontage roads to help take the traffic off of County Road 46. Also requirements for traffic safety, highway beautification, access control, as I mentioned, the frontage and reverse frontage roads, coordinated shared infrastructure and stormwater management, and a requirement for central water and sewer. Central water, it does run along 486, however, central sewer does not currently run there. Also, there are policies to encourage gray water and requires the development to be reclaimed water ready. This is basically a requirement to reserve some right-of-way or portion of the property to eventually run future reclaimed water lines if available. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions about the policies that are proposed as part of this comprehensive plan amendment.
Board, do you have any questions? Commissioner Bays.
I'm curious, there was no planning to the southwest side of the interchange down 44 to 44. Why is that being left out?
Yeah, this boundary was the boundary that was generated in that 2022 to 2023 public workshop period, with the workshops both with the community and with the Planning and Development Commission and the Board of County Commissioners, and that's how the boundary was arrived at today's boundary.
Because looking at the boundary for me, I think we've run into some problems as that develops out, and you're not going to have the same aesthetics, you're not going to have the traffic circulation. I think we're leaving out a whole component by not including that. And it also concerns me that you're only to the east side or west side of 491 and you're not taking in across the road in that zone.
Yeah, so just for a little more background too, for the context, there's a utility corridor that runs along the west side of the EDTA, and that utility corridor is in place currently. And I think that was one of the physical barriers that kind of stopped the boundary from going that direction. But for the full background or history of the boundary that's there today, I can't speak to why it didn't jump that per se. Yeah, I don't know if county staff has any history of it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I think she might be talking about to the south where we're actually going to the 44 IMA area, and they're kind of butting up against each other around that area.
Yeah,
to the south, when you mentioned 44.
So south of Sanction Road, is that what you're referring to, or?
Well, if you were going to go to that would be the southwest part,
Across,
down to to the intersection at 44 and 486.
Okay, yeah, so that would be jumping the power lines, So the power lines were kind of a natural border since the beginning that we were kind of looking at. And as far as 491, that's already a couple miles from the parkway. We didn't anticipate IMAs would be that big. Most of the area on the east side of 491 is actually already developed, although a lot of the IMA is too, the Wawa and the Wendy's in those areas. So that was already way over 2 miles away. So when that came up with the PDC, that wasn't really and the workshops, that wasn't really something that they supported to keep going.
But then why does it go all the way up to 491?
Because those are vacant properties, and those are tied together in various developments. So that's why it goes up there. I know that, Target and those are there, but this would be triggered if they redevelop it. And that was looking at that commercial all the way up to that Black Diamond entrance. That's kind of the same project, and they're all kind of lumped together. They did look at who owned what as far as projects, and if they were the same owner and the same developer, they tried to tie those together. I know it looks like very smooth lines, but some of those jags, there's a reason for with the ownership.
Because for me, I feel like those are all connected, and you're going to end up leaving out compatibility for landscaping and traffic circulation and the beautification pieces of it that eventually, later on, you would have to come back and retrofit, potentially. And I mean, when I look at the traffic coming off of 44 onto 486, that's a lot of traffic. And I think it's going to be highly used.
It is, agreed. This is really meant to be a Parkway IMA, and over there, yeah, there's going to be traffic from the IMA, but, and I think traffic's not going to be ignored, but this was meant to highlight where people get off and look at Citrus County, and we could extend way out if we wanted to, but I don't know. I think jumping that power line right now isn't a natural development area. It might be in the future. We may have to look at that in the future. You might be on that.
I mean, I think that's policy 17.39.35. It's intended to implement coordinated transportation and land use.
Agreed. And I think that will remain, but your point is taken. Maybe in the future, if we start to see the development going west, we might have to expand the IMA a little bit.
Yeah, and just to add to that, because of the utility corridor being there, the opportunity to connect parcels into aggregated projects, you wouldn't be able to connect over the utility corridor in those areas because the properties would not abut one another directly.
Are you finished, Commissioner? Okay. Commissioner Barrick.
All right, now the EDTA is what we are going to be looking at. The other properties, like the mixed use across the street from it, okay, the fact that it butts up to Pine Ridge. You're not gonna touch any of the Pine Ridge people whatsoever, and they're happy with the meeting that they had with you.
So the red boundary that's presented to you today is the exterior boundary of the IMA, the interchange management area. The EDTA is just the green or blue area that's highlighted there.
Okay, so so initially I was right. It is the whole red area. So it is going to take part of Pine Ridge. Or
Well,
part of the land.
no, because Pine Ridge is to the north of County Road 486, but it's not within the red area.
It is part of it, the real heavy treat area, yeah, that is.
That's Amber Ridge, isn't
Yeah,
it?
no, that's Pine Ridge.
That's Pine Ridge goes down to 486, because when they initially widened 486, they put 6-foot high fence there, and the people in Pine Ridge made the county take it down, because that's the whole length. And a little bit up from there is where the school has property that they plan to make a school complex. Okay, and then we've got the nursing home rehab facility. Okay, so, I mean, that's why when I'm looking at it and I'm saying, is it just the turquoise, or is it the whole red? And I'm thinking, you want to change that area also, because that's already got.
It's got a PUD in place, and that's one of the exemptions. If you've already had a PUD in place, then this doesn't touch you unless you want to change the PUD. If they want to come back and change the PUD, they're in that area, so they'd have to meet these standards. So what you're seeing from Pine Ridge is the Pine Ridge Boulevard east to the rehab center. You're correct. That whole area where the school and the YMCA.
And that's going to have lots and lots of.
But
once it gets built,
it's got PUD in place right now. So their PUD in place right now for that is one unit residential. Anything more than that, this won't change it. The PUD's what the PUD is. But if they want to come back before you and change it, they would have to meet these standards.
No, but if we make an EDT across the street from where the school's gonna be, eventually the school's gonna be where the letter U is on that map, mixed use. Where that U is where the school's gonna go, the complex.
Yeah,
Okay.
supposedly next to the Y, yeah, that's one of their plans.
Next to the YMCA.
No, the school is going to go that side.
It's going to go the north side, right, the north side of 46, yeah.
Yeah.
She's saying across the street.
To the west of the Y.
Right.
The upper mixed use, the U.
Right.
Right.
Okay, up that direction.
Yes, so the vacant area under the white mixed-use text on the north side of County Road 486, the area that looks largely treed, and you'll see the YMCA complex is right in the center underneath the word mixed, to give you a reference. So that's all part of a PUD that's currently, I believe Amber Ridge is part of that, or the name Amber Ridge is in there, so I apologize for...
It's just east, you're close, yep.
Yeah. But so that's currently part of this boundary that's being proposed to you today, but it does have a PUD on it currently. So under the comprehensive plan policies that are being proposed, PUDs are exempted from coming into compliance with this unless they are amended. And if they are seeking an amendment to that PUD, then they would be required to comply with this.
I understand,
Yeah, mhm,
but
yeah.
currently, we have a traffic problem with our schools, and the schools take one lane of traffic. So we're looking at them taking one lane of traffic on 486 across from the EDTA. Okay, that's why the sheriff was in here and everybody's, go by any of the schools. When it comes time to kids getting into school and kids getting out of school, you got one whole lane that is taken up by parents picking up or dropping off children. Okay, and you're talking about cutting off one whole section of 486 across from the EDTA. And if we're gonna have an EDTA and we're looking at more people living there and more traffic going to and from there, are we actually looking ahead, or are we just, spiting ourselves? In other words, are we too close-sighted to say, it's too close to what will be a school zone?
So just to provide clarification, the EDTA area would not allow for any residential beyond what's out there today. So the EDTA, the blue area, the turquoise area, doesn't allow for residential unless it's existing.
So we're not
it can
gonna be putting
continue.
any apartment complexes
Not in the
there?
EDTA. So the EDTA area is specifically the policies that are proposed do not include residential. It's non-residential only, and the non-residential that would be allowed in the EDTA would need to be light industrial or commercial or office. Professional office would be in the EDTA, and those would be part of a coordinated campus type pattern of development based on the standards that would be
Which
proposed
means
for
we
the
have
EDTA.
workers coming and going.
It would be workers. The residential component is on the mixed use side. So the mixed use, which is not in the blue area, that does allow for residential. So that's in the mixed use. I just wanted to clarify that the EDTA
But
is
what I'm
not
saying is,
residential.
we're
Yeah.
going to be adding people, and they're gonna have hopefully children.
Not necessarily, because this is not changing anyone's zoning, okay? What their zoning is in place, but if this goes forward, they have to come before you to get this 486 IMA hearing, get the land use, and they're gonna have to tell you what's there. And at that time, if it's an industrial thing that is, huge with a bunch of workers, then yeah, they're gonna have to deal with what are they gonna do as far as how are they getting in, how is access, et cetera. If there's a school in place, how does it trigger with the school? So this isn't changing anybody's zoning, but it's saying that, when they wanna develop in these areas, here's some special criteria they're gonna have to come back before you for.
Yeah, so to add to that, this is creating a distinct set of policies and eventually a distinct land development code that will require an extra layer or additional standards for development coming in to really create a higher quality pattern of development in this area as opposed to not within the IMA. So that's what we're trying to achieve here.
I
through
understand what
this
you're trying to do.
amendment. Yeah.
But I see what's gonna happen in 15 years from now. Okay? I may not be here, but that's gonna be here, and the people that are working there are gonna have to get in and out of work. Some of the people will be living in that mixed-use area. They're gonna have to get their kids across the street to the school district, okay? And it's going to cause traffic jams and problems and accidents. And that's what I see as a commissioner here. I mean, you may have gotten a lot of things in it right. And I'm not saying you didn't. You got a lot of things right. But I'm not for putting a thing on the map doing that. And I'm sorry. It frustrates me when we want to build, but we want it to be built right now. And if we're looking about right, we're looking at 10, 15 years from now, not tomorrow, okay? The school has been proposed since 2006. And that's where the school's gonna go, because that's what the school system says. The next school will be built. And it's a school complex. It's not just elementary. It's elementary, junior high, and high school. So you're gonna have teenage drivers, you're gonna have moms and dads, you're gonna have buses, all trying to go on a road, and then they're gonna take up the right lane of that traffic going this direction. So, I'm sorry, if you wanna have EDTA, that's fine, but at this point, I don't think it's a good place.
I'm Brad Cornelius with Waytrim, planner as well, and also I'm a transportation planner. So one of the things, though, to point out about how this comp plan policy is being set up is to change the development pattern that we've historically seen here in Citrus County, and specifically talking to your transportation concerns. As Amanda presented, some of these policies call for is not everybody having driveways coming out onto 486. It's calling for implementation of frontage roads and reverse frontage roads and connectivity between properties and projects. Also, we have a focus on pedestrianism and bicycles and things like that. So the intent under this comp plan policy, which is kind of sets the stage, the details come in later when we come before you with land development code if this gets adopted, would then put in those implementations. So the idea here is that we recognize, absolutely, it'll increase traffic because we're having more development coming with this proposal. But we're not wanting it to come like it has always come, as very much just individual pieces of property, not interconnected, not coordinated. So this policy sets up that paradigm to move forward with implementation to try to better manage that traffic impact by providing for that interconnectivity and other kinds of things. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Considering our business and, is at the corner of Norville, Bryant, and 486.
Right.
And that's only gonna get more because there are more businesses and more businesses coming. And there are houses proposed and going to be built at the back side of that.
Right.
We already have the people within the next 10 years that are gonna be there. Okay? And now you're proposing that along with that corner, we move down the street a little and we're gonna have another section. And across from that new section you're doing is gonna be a school complex.
Right.
I see Forest Ridge, I see Citrus Springs, but the boulevard, I see Inverness, all of the different schools, and you're not helping that situation, you're actually doing the same thing. That slow lane or the right lane of traffic is going to be parents. And
Right.
to me, it's not a positive, we're doing it again.
The hope of the intent behind this comprehensive plan, though, amendment would be that we would have much better coordination of these issues as this new development would come in under this policy. So things like coordination with the school and those kinds of traffic issues is, I believe this policy with this requirements of better transportation coordination, it's not going to fix the problem. I'm not going to promise anybody this will fix anything. But it will set the stage as they come before you all, because as Joanna said, all these things would be coming before you. And under these policies, you can have these conversations with these developers about better coordination of their traffic and transportation impact.
I got a question, where do you live?
I live in Lutz, northwest Hillsborough.
So you don't live in Citrus County?
I used to work in Sumter County, though, so I'm very familiar with the area.
Well, someday spend 2 days in a row in Citrus County and go during school when
No,
school's
I understand.
open and see what I'm talking about,
I understand.
okay? Because it's no fun for the parents, the kids, or anybody trying to get through that's a worker going to and from, trying to get to their job on time.
No, understand.
And that's what I'm looking at. But if that's the best they came up with, that's fine.
Ms. Katu, if and when the school goes there to Commissioner Berg's concerns, I know when your team looks at drive-throughs, you consider stacking, and you you won't approve something that doesn't stack correctly because it would be overflow on the road. Do you have some things in place that you could also do that with a school?
The schools are separate because they do their own development. They do not have to come through permitting with us at all. So they do what they want to do, but they do absolutely coordinate. An example is Lecanto and how well they've done a coordination on that. And I can tell you that Mr. Dixon with the school district has no intention of putting a school here and stopping traffic on 486 or having people line up like that. That's not something that they're going to do. I don't know if there's ever going to be a school here. I agree this is probably their next spot, but their enrollment is down. We'll have to wait and see. But we certainly are going to work with them on that. I don't think this actually hurts a school district, and we would work with them at the time.
Seems like Lecanto is a great example of a complex that's far enough off the road that they have their own lane where they can stack.
And had so many historical problems that are gradually getting repaired, yes. It's a lot different now.
Thank you. Do you have anything else? Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else in your presentation?
I don't.
Okay, well, it looks like I will open this up to the public. Does anyone from the public would like to speak on this interchange area? Welcome, come on up. Same rules apply, 3 minutes. Direct all your comments to me.
My name's Sherry Lynn Winchuck. I'm in Beverly Hills. I wanted to say thank you for questioning that because the school zones are horrible, and I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
All right, Curtis Bryant, Lecanto. A couple questions, I guess, clarification questions. I think I heard you say that the current PUDs and things that are in place, so let's say, Amber Ridge that's there currently, should they decide to change their project or whatever, they would have to comply to the current standards, I think is what they said. So to kind of put that into context, that would allow them up to, 12 units per acre on the new project, if they were to do that. Is there a process for you guys to deny a PUD change? I know that if they were to change it, they have to do the new standard, so I wasn't sure if they are able to get denied for those changes. A couple of things I want to point out. The mini storage units in the mixed use area. I know you guys have a ordinance or land development code thing that bans or makes those a PUD. Does this keep that same thing so that you guys still have to approve the storage units, or are those now a by right change for this so they're allowed to do storage units in those areas? And then does this then do anything? I heard Ms. Katu say something about it doesn't change the zoning, underlying zoning. But if you guys classify this as mixed use, does that open the door for Live Local Act to come in, and now it's 20 units per acre across the entire interchange management area? So a couple questions with that I hope we get some clarity on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to answer those? Give me just 1 second, Mr. Ao.
Yeah, okay, let's see if I can address all those. The first one, well, I remember about the mini warehouses. Those were actually prohibited uses in both the EDTA and the mixed-use area, so that would not be able to come before you. As far as amending PUDs, nothing would change. That would have to come before you for any PUD amendment. It's not an automatic, they can get 12 units an acre. They have a PUD amendment, for example, by Pine Ridge. It's 1 acre lots. They would have to come before you regardless to change that. So the 1 acre lot PUD stays, or the target PUD stays until they want to come before you. There's no automatic approval. I think there was 3 things. I might have missed one. I'm sorry. Underlying zoning. Oh, yeah. So underlying zoning is not changing. Wanted to emphasize that. That came up a lot in the hearings, that people have a house that may be in the mixed-use area. They can continue the house with their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. That's fine. The only thing that would trigger is if they want to change it. They want to sell it to Target. Okay, they're going to have to come before you as a 486 IMA zoning at that point. There is that trigger. If a non-residential project wants to add 20% or more, they're going to have to meet the IMA standards. So the underlying zoning is there until they want to meet one of those triggers.
So if they want to sell it to another just regular person that wants to buy the house.
Right. When you say existing residential, it doesn't mean a house and they want to rebuild the house. No, if it's vacant, they can stay residential forever. That's fine. If, however, they do want to change to non-residential, or they want to do multifamily there, yeah, that's when this will be triggered. So those lists are very, very specific.
Great questions. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Ao.
Tony Ao, Pine Ridge. going back to your PUD, you said that, so the Amber Ridge property has a PUD on it. And it also has an agreement between the original owner, purchaser of the Pine Ridge property. So they're called they're covered by our deed restrictions. So that requires it to be a 1 acre. So the question that I have is, if they were to change the PUD, and I don't remember, is it 6 or 12 units per acre? And if so, would that mandate that they would be connected to sewer?
Answer that too? Okay. He's talking about the area next to the Pine Ridge and 46 intersection that has a PUD in place, and regardless of a private agreement, the PUD also says 1 acre lots. So anything more than or change besides a 1 acre would have to come before this board and be approved. Anything over 4 units an acre or more trigger central water and central sewer. That's a land development code requirement. So that would already have to happen if they're doing 4 units an acre or more. Anything they want to do besides 1 acre lots would have to come back before them.
Thank you.
But you said there's, or I think the lady here, sorry, I missed your name.
Amanda.
Yeah, sorry. There's no sewer, there's only water.
Yeah, there is some sewer in the area.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
but when she said
yeah, I know
there's
she
water-
said that, but there is some sewer in the area. She might have been talking about, I don't know.
Gentlemen.
It's not everywhere. I mean, it doesn't expand into some of the areas, like off of Betty Point, et cetera. Those don't have it.
Okay.
But I know Target and those did go in with that.
Just to clarify, the central sewer, or excuse me, the central water, potable water is running along 486 and then up Pine Ridge. That's where the central water is. And then, correct, sewer's not everywhere. I think I probably misspoke. It's in some places, but not everywhere. So not everywhere along that roadway is there sewer access.
Gentlemen, I need you to not, if you need to have a conversation, please walk outside, please, so I can hear our speaker.
Mm-hmm. And
They can't hear. Gentlemen, if you have a conversation, can you just take it outside? Because it's like a sound tunnel up here and I need to hear the speaker. Thank you. It's okay.
So to clarify, there are a lot of properties out there that are still on septic. But water is available along the main corridor and up Pine Ridge. I also wanted to provide a clarification about the answer regarding the.
Amanda, could you pull your mic down?
Yes.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's better. I also wanted to provide a clarification about the mini warehouse self-storage item. At the last PDC, the public hearing that was on May 7th, the direction that we received, actually, I believe it was on November 20th. I apologize. The direction that we received at the November 20th workshop was to allow for the mini warehouse self-storage in the mixed use, but not in the EDTA area. So that is still in there under the mixed use area. I just wanted to clarify that because the version that you have today before you actually does include the mini warehouse self-storage under the mixed use. The rationale of the PDC at that time, at that meeting, was that because of the housing that was being proposed in the mixed use area, that self-storage was a complementary use to the housing that was being proposed. And so that's why it was added back in at that time. I just wanted to provide a clarification. Joanna, that change, that was a moving target during the workshop, so I apologize.
And that would still need to be a PUD that would come before us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they would have to come before you for the 486 IMA land use change, and it would have to include that, so y'all could vote yea or nay depending on the location, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Everything that is proposed in this comp plan amendment involves a PUD. So that would require a PUD for any implementation of this IMA. It would require the PUD process as part of that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this from the public? Last call. Okay, I'll close the public portion. Board members, do you have any further questions or comments? No? Okay. So then I'll ask if someone wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve CPA 2026-00002, CR 486 IMA.
And it's a approval to transmit. It will be
Approval
coming
to
back before you.
transmit.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
And we'll transmit that to state agencies, and if we bring it back before you.
Thank you for your work and the presentation. Mhm. Okay, next up, we have our Land Development Code update.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending ordinance number 2012-06, the Citrus County Land Development Code as amended by amending section 1800B, liability, section 2413, light industrial district, section 3350, auto salvage junkyards and abandoned properties, section 3740, additional design standards for large non-residential projects, and section 1690, exemptions for stormwater, providing for severability, providing for conflicts of law, providing for codification, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And this is a Land Development Code ordinance, and I'm going to go over there's not a lot to go over, but the most important item in this application, and the reason it keeps coming before you, this actually originally contained data centers, which was pulled off, as you know, is about the stormwater exemptions. So what you have on the screen there is the start of the ordinance, and you have the clean copy on page 864 of your packet. And this right now, when you have a waterfront lot and you want to put a shed, you have to have a stormwater plan with your permit, and it's an engineered stormwater plan. And there's some de minimis things, but most of the time that is a lot of complication. It probably was well intended, but it is very makes us struggle. So with the cooperation of the engineering, and our county engineer has stuck around for this if you have some questions, but with their cooperation, we've also had worked with the CCBA. They've been wonderful on this. Ken Frank actually provided some information on this. A lot of good language. So what we have now is that there's a 20% exemption. So if you're not increasing your impervious surface for more than 20%, you do not need to do that stormwater anymore, that stormwater plan. I think it's a wonderful thing. We're all very excited about that. That's why we wanted to bring this before you. So regardless of that, we have a few other items. You'll see, for example, in light industrial, the light industrial district, and I didn't make slides for all of these. Light industrial, we have billboards and off-site advertising. Those are the same things. So this came up in a litigation case as, oh, they're different. They're not. So that's removed. You'll see something about the non-residential review. I'm on section 3740. It talks about large retail applies for large non-residential. Later in the page, it says, no, that's for non-residential, whether it's retail, office, or what. But this purpose still has retail word in it, so that's coming out. So there's that kind of thing, very, very small changes. The one change that's been coming up earlier today, and so I'm going to address that, is light industrial and heavy industrial when it comes to concrete plants and asphalt plants. So this was originally presented to the Planning and Development Commission as making it a little more scrutiny for those particular uses. So heavy industrial, right now, asphalt plants and concrete plants are allowed by right. So what the PDC saw was that it has to be a PUD, and it has to be outside of the CHHA. And then for light industrial, right now, you can do a asphalt plant, a cement batch plant with a conditional use. And we propose to make that a PUD to come before you instead. Those were pulled off after the PDC hearing before you got to see it. These are litigation, not litigation, good gracious. These are legislative. These are not quasi-judicial. So these are processes that are work in progress. That was pulled off. I was instructed to take that off to give it a little bit more thought. It is a significant change in that these kind of plants are permitted by right in heavy industrial right now, and if we made this change, it would then be a PUD. That is something significant. So that's why they were pulled off. They're not on the ordinance before you, that they were considered by the PDC. The PDC did review this application. They did recommend approval. As I said, they had some slightly different words on the stormwater exemption on the screen, but I think what we've worked out with the county engineer and with Mr. Frink and the CCBA is some really good language here to get that one going. That's all I have.
Board, do you have any questions for Ms. Katu?
I do.
Commissioner Davis.
So, Ms. Katu, what would be involved in, can you give me the landscape of what would be involved in getting, you had said give it more time or more thought into that, because I don't want to see Canterbury Lakes again.
And that was the reason for that. I don't know, I guess this was an instruction to me. Mr. Landon unfortunately is not here to discuss why he wanted to give that more scrutiny, so I don't exactly know what that might have involved.
And I have a lot of regard for Mr. Landon, so the issue is that, okay, so maybe we could get it on the next agenda in July 14. I know y'all have a much earlier deadline than commissioners do, but it could always come in under my deadline, which is much closer, giving you more time to work on it. But every day that goes by, we can have another Canterbury Lakes. Once they put in an application, there's nothing we can do. So that's what worries me, because there's little unexploded, not literally people, little unexploded landmines in this county that going back decades where decisions were made, and then all of a sudden we're like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. What? And then we have to unravel it or change the ordinance or change land development code or whatever. And Canterbury Lakes was one of those little landmines. Because we would never have, this board would never have approved putting a residence next to heavy industrial. With current, and I'm not throwing former boards under the bus, things have changed, We've gotten better as humans, theoretically, sometimes gotten better at land planning and management and all those things. So what are those surprises? So I'm really concerned about not having it done today.
I can't bring it back to you that quickly. When you're making a change to a land development code item, the statutes say we've got to have it at least 30 days ahead in advertising, so couldn't do that quickly to bring it back before you as like a sub part of this ordinance. I don't know what was involved in what was going to change.
You correct me if I'm wrong. You said earlier we could actually change it at this meeting, going back to what was pulled from PDC.
You can. It was advertised that way, and we could continue with that, with what the PDC saw, if that's something you chose to do. Yes.
Okay,
I can't add additional, but they did hear that.
So if we did that, and then growth management decided that there needed to be yet another little tweak to that section, we could then bring it back later?
We could. It wouldn't be next month, but yes.
Okay. Any downside to that route that I need to consider, that we need to consider?
I think you heard somebody in the public mention that one of the citizens has created a list of what they think a concrete plant or an asphalt plant should have, criteria that we don't have in our land development code. I haven't really looked at that a lot in detail. That wasn't something we were looking at, so that's all I can think of at the moment. Madam
Attorney, do you have an opinion to render?
Well, usually, and I think she's talking about Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. Hill was a planner that was representing a group of citizens at a recent PDC hearing, and he actually spoke at the PDC hearing when these, the former version of these were presented to the PDC. What he calls a staff report, I guess he's former government employee, so he still calls them staff reports, although it's not our staff's staff report. He has a staff report. It's in your backup material with his thoughts on what he wanted to see. He has a difference of opinion from our staff. He believes that an asphalt plant is not currently allowed because it's not in the list of allowable uses. So in his report that he provided, he says that if you're going to add an asphalt plant for the first time, again, the way he's thinking, then you should have criteria involved with it. So there's a little difference of opinion between that gentleman and your staff as to whether or not an asphalt plant is currently allowable. So I agree with Ms. Katu. If you wanted to go back to requiring them to be a PUD, you could, because that's how it went before the PDC. But there wouldn't be those additional criteria that he's asking for.
I'm not hearing any downside to putting it in tonight if the board agrees, and then letting Mr. Landon and his staff make any further recommended changes at a future meeting. Hey, you know, we can also just hope that another Canterbury Lakes doesn't show up.
Yeah, there is industrial throughout the county, and they're usually historical industrials, so they're not always in the places you'd expect.
You'd be protecting people now, and then if you wanted to sharpen the pencil later, you could.
Thank you. All right.
Is that all you have?
Yeah.
I just want to ask a follow-up question to that to make sure I understand correctly. So if certain uses were under a PUD now, later we could still put in our land development code more stringent criteria for those uses.
I call those objective criteria, yes, because currently there's no objective criteria.
I understand.
Actually, let me step back 1 second. For conditional uses, there are no objective criteria, but for a PUD, there are objective criteria because you have your standard setbacks, buffers, you know, things that are in the code. So there are some objective criteria within the LDC currently. I was getting a little confused because it used to be a conditional use.
And currently, it is.
Currently,
right,
I
a
apologize,
conditional
currently a
use.
conditional
So
use.
which would mean if someone wanted to set up an asphalt or a cement plant now, they would still have to go before the PDC, correct? And then they would put conditions on that use?
For the condition, for the
But
cement.
they couldn't deny it.
For the light industrial, yes, a conditional use, but right now they're approved by right in heavy industrial. And this, what the PDC saw would to make that a PUD in heavy industrial and in that light industrial.
Do you know how many of heavy industrial back up to or in coastal high hazard areas?
I don't know that number. I know there are some, but I don't know how many.
And then the ordinance that we passed 2 years ago, maybe, after a certain gas station was close to a springs, we said certain uses could not be in that karst area. And there was like storing of chemicals and things like that. So even if there was a heavy industrial use and it was on that side in coastal high hazard, wouldn't that ordinance still trigger a PUD to come before us?
I don't know, because processing and manufacturing are allowed and they were not exempted from the coastal high hazard area. That was not part of that ordinance.
What was it, just gas station?
It was gas stations, car washes, and
Oil
car repair. Yeah.
I thought it was some chemical storage or something with outdoor storage wasn't allowed.
There was some chemical storage, but that might not apply to that. It depends on how the plants are.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if you're.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to clarify on Canterbury Lakes. I don't know if you're aware of everything that happened with Canterbury, but they did a by right application right next to a development. But the development came after the heavy industrial. And so a prior board, this board would not have approved that because it's not a compatible use. At least I would hope it wouldn't. So that's what I'm trying to avoid, because those folks were really angry and they had every right to be very worried and angry. So.
Any other questions? Commissioner Bays.
So we have these properties that are zoned industrial, commercial, whatever they are. They've sat vacant for a very long time. Whoever purchased those properties purchased them with that zoning. They've paid taxes on that zoning, and they've had a reasonable expectation that they could use the property for the intended purpose of how it's currently zoned. If we go and change that and tell me what that means from a legal process then.
from a legal process, there's no concern, because you always, as the governing body, have the right and the ability to change legislatively uses of properties. I mean, you're changing all of them along the IMA that you just voted for. So that's just a different example, but you always have the right to change zoning under the right circumstances. It's more of a policy concern that you're asking about. You know, how do we want to look at this from a policy perspective? Perspective. If I have heavy industrial property, I can use it for, I don't know how many things are on that list, but say 40 different things. So yes, for years, that's been what people who have heavy industrial, that's what they could have used it for. So from a policy perspective, not legal, because legally you're protected, you're allowed to do what you're anticipating doing or not. But from a policy perspective, is that the policy that we want? And do you want to make it so that maybe some of those 40 uses, as we've become more populated, as we have changed, as the community character has changed, do we still want to have all 40 of those uses? That's what you're looking at from a policy perspective.
And I believe it also if I may, I believe it also gives us the opportunity in hearing a PUD to have conditions for more extensive buffering, more extensive walls, things like that, I believe. So, just a thought.
Commissioner Barrick?
All right, so
Pull
the
your
way-
mic down, please. Your microphone, there you go.
All right, so the way it's written, if we give a motion in a second and we approve it tonight, we can say 6 weeks from now, because I want to get past some things. We could say, okay, we would like to do this, this, and this, and have, you know, different things changed on what is covered under this right now. So, because we could change the policy, but we could approve what we've got right now, and I think that's what Commissioner Bays is talking about, approve something, and then later come back after we look and decide what policies we would like to see changed. And take a little bit of time and a breath to do that, because right now, we have a lot on our plate. I mean, we've got the budget coming up and all kinds of things that we need to start addressing that are gonna take, and I don't like rushing through things, you know, rush it, just to get it done. But I'd like to see this get approved, and I'd like to make a motion to accept, you know, to.
It's not time for that.
Well, I know, but that's what I'm saying. I'd like to see something like this approved, and then us think about it and add to what we want changed. Okay, it would give Commissioner Davis time to figure out what things she'd like to see 100% changed and give it, you know, over to somebody. I could give mine, everybody could give their input. And then come back and say, okay, this is what we'd like changed. And I think that's what our attorney said we can do at a later date. Isn't that correct, Madam Attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
But
okay,
the concern that I'm hearing from Commissioner Davis, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing is there's a concern of what might come in the door between now and whenever you make your next change. Because as we learned with the, I hate to even use the word, but the holder application, remember it came in first? And so anything that you've been doing afterwards in terms of the moratorium and the LDC doesn't apply to that property.
That's correct.
So I think Commissioner Davis's concern is that if we don't put the protections in place now, someone might apply for something tomorrow, say, for example, that wouldn't be caught up in what you guys want to do. So that's the concern I think I'm hearing. So if you want to vote today and you want to have those protections, at least put those things in here and then sharpen your pencil later.
Ms. Gatu, how long does it take for an application to come in and get to where it's to the stage where they could start building?
Where they can start building?
Well,
it depends on whether they come before you or not, too. I mean, you know, we can do things in 2 or 3 months, but usually 3 months for hearings with the planning board and you guys. What also I'm sorry to add, Ms. Lynn, is that if we're going to consider, for example, the standards that Mr. Hill has suggested, that's something new. We're going to have to go back to the PDC and then come before you. So even 45, 60 days is probably pushing it. But we can get something back to you if that's what your direction is.
So like a 6 to 8 week, like I'm talking about, is not an unrealistic timeline. In other words,
I think it probably is if you want us to look at very specific standards.
Okay.
Yes, I think we're talking more than 2 months. I think we're probably looking at 3 to 4.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's because we're a little swamped too.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
We have a solution that is maybe not exactly where we want to be, but we have a solution that we can do tonight, which will make sure that nobody comes in and immediately files an application, because we get watched a lot. And then your argument is to not rush through things. That gives staff the opportunity to get it right, going through any additional sharpening of the pencil of the ordinance. So you kind of made my argument for me on the not rushing. So that's, I feel comfortable after hearing what both of you have said. I would be very strongly in favor of adopting this, but also adding in a PUD for batch plant, asphalt, cement, batch plants, etc. That whole genre, whatever it is.
The comfort in that is that the PDC already saw it that way.
Yep.
And they had an opportunity to ask questions and verify if that was good or not. And they approved it with how Commissioner Davis is speaking of.
I mean, I have literally been on the phone with a resident and been thinking it's Canterbury, but no, it's not Canterbury and it's not 495. It's yet another batch plant. So they're popping up like mushrooms after a heavy rain. So I would much rather stop this, take a deep breath, and make sure that we're covering things well. We need concrete and asphalt, guys. We do, but not in the wrong places.
Any other questions for them before I open it up to the public? Okay, at this time, I'll hear from the public. You have 3 minutes. Please address your comments to me. Oh, mic on, please.
Oh, there you go. Hi, Tony Ayo, Pine Ridge. I agree with what the PDC said, okay? We definitely have to have something in there to limit asphalt and concrete plants. These are not just your run-of-the-mill things that happen. They happen to have toxic capabilities to our spring and our aquifer. But we should think in the future about barriers. We need to have some kind of barriers underneath these projects that protect the aquifer, okay? 2 years ago, Ron DeSantis, our governor, approved radioactive material to be included in the asphalt, okay? Where are they gonna store that radioactive material? You mean right on the ground for when the rain comes and goes right into our aquifer? And then everybody in Crystal River is glowing. I mean, I'm taking it to an extreme, but the point is, you get the drift. We need to start protecting, we need to start requiring things like barriers of some sort. I don't know exactly what kind, but the garbage dump, they bragged about having a double liner on their new cell. I thought, well, why don't we use that everywhere? If it's helping with the garbage, why not protect the aquifer? Why not there? So just want to let you know, that's what I'm thinking. Again, protect the aquifer. Thank you.
So what you're trying to say is you're glowing, but it's not because you're happy to see me. It's all the radioactive material.
I'm always happy to see you.
Thank you.
I was thinking he was going for a Simpsons episode.
Hi there.
Curtis Bryant, Lecanto. Someone asked the question, how many parcels are in the coastal high hazard area? I just pulled the GIS up and counted. I counted 45 industrial zone parcels in the coastal high hazard area, of which they make up about 16 different property owners, somewhere in that range. just based on the GIS that I pulled up 2 minutes ago. So there's a lot of potential there for coastal high hazard area to get an asphalt plant tomorrow without you guys having any say in whatsoever. To kind of address Commissioner Barrick's concern, if you guys do this and you guys make the PUD requirement, they can still apply for their asphalt plant. They can still do all of that. It just has to come to you guys for approval before that. So it's not stopping anything. Whereas if you guys don't do this, then tomorrow they can apply for an asphalt plant and they get the building permit and you guys have zero say in any of that going forward. So I would strongly encourage you guys to do that. Also, there's areas like Inverness Villages 4, one of your guys' favorite areas. Right next to that, to the east, is an industrial zone that is not currently built out entirely. So for them, they can get an asphalt plant right next door to their house. It's kind of fitting for that neighborhood. I was joking to one of them today that they can just go start getting their shovels out and just start taking the asphalt from there and putting it at their house, then kind of help the roads out a little bit. You know, without doing the PUD requirement, without any of that, you guys get into a situation where these things may not go into the places you guys want them to go to, particularly a coastal high hazard area. If you guys don't want to do the full PUD requirement, there's a way that you guys can protect it for coastal high hazard areas specifically to not have them in those areas, because again, the concern there is the flooding. These asphalt plants use cleaning materials that are hazardous, while the materials themselves that they're processing may not be considered hazardous, but the cleaning materials certainly are. And then obviously with the flooding and stuff like that, that makes potential issues for that. So I ask you guys to do the PUD requirement, like the PDC saw that whole entire application for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Duncan, you cold?
Yes, I'm freezing. Tracy Duncan, Lecanto. I did stay because I do have a great concern for the PUD being removed from the thing. So I do ask strongly that you reconsider and put the PDC recommendations back on and approve it with that, because we do, I don't want to see a situation like this one area has right now. That's a horrible thing to know. So yes, put the PUDs back in place. Let's protect our environment as well as our residential areas of people who own property that might be linked up to this, and we want them to have the protection. So please put it back on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sherry Lynn Winchuck of Beverly Hills. I also agree with it being the PUD, the way they looked at it. I think that protection for right now. I also ask that you do consider afterwards looking at what Michael Hill did, because he is a very community concerned individual. Like it's, if you would just please take the time to read over what his recommendations are, even if you don't do them, if you would just consider them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last chance for public comment. Okay, I'll close the public portion. Board?
Make a motion to approve OA-2026-00001 LDC update with all the sections as outlined in the backup. However, also adding in what the PDC saw. Here we go. Thank you. Is this what I read off? You the best. Light industrial, concrete batch plant changed from conditional use to PUD. Heavy industrial added asphalt plant and concrete batch plant also as a PUD outside of coastal high hazard area.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
If you give me a second, I just wanted to put in a plug for our PDC. They had a 9-hour hearing on Thursday, and they're a volunteer board. So, way to go on that one. We were very proud of them.
Yes, thank you for all members if you're listening. And if you're doing the math, we will see you at the next meeting. We'll be here between 1 and 2 in the morning. And 6:16, meeting adjourned.
Joanna, thank you for that.